Hello, hello. Hi, hi. Hi, Pinky. Hi, McLarge. Hi, Blip. Hoyoy there. How's doing? I'm doing pretty fine, doing pretty good. Right? Finally feeling a little bit normal. Yeah, I'm feeling good. I hope you are having doing good as well. Yeah. Oh, here you might. Okay, no, maybe not. Okay, I thought I'm gonna lag a little bit because I'm actually doing something that's kind of stupid. I'm doing it right now, but so long as it's not killing my PC, I think that's fine. I think that's fine. So, I think I should explain what's going on. I'm on Unity currently. Not gonna show it. Don't worry about it. I'm not gonna show it. It's just something I want to try out a little bit. Is that I heard that VC Face is able to handle Poyomi shaders, and I was like, oh shit, Poyomi shader? It's like, oh, Poyomi shader. Okay, I mean, context is that Poyomi shader is like one of the really good shader that is used in VR chat. I was like, why not try it? Because for all the models I've been using Mtune, the basics of basics that's for VC Face or just for VRM file in general. It's just kind of interesting to know that I can use Poyomi shader. So now I'm just like importing the package of Poyomi shader into Unity project, and it's taking like 10 years. I don't know why. I mean, I know why, because I'm opening like 10,000 things on my PC, so that's probably why, alright? Taking a stamina break from dishes. Also, water not warm. Have to wait for it to heat up. Oh, you're gonna have a bath afterwards. Honestly, a bath sounds good. I was kind of drenched this morning. You know, I was walking to a kopitiam. What do you call kopitiam? Cafe? It's not really cafe per se, but it's like eatery. Yeah, I think kopitiam is more to an eatery. So I was walking there, and then suddenly, like it is just like very sudden. Rain pours down. It's like, I said, oh shit. So I was drenched, but I think I'm fine. It was kind of fun, honestly. I kind of like it. It's great, all right. It's great. I like. It's not like I like. It's not that I like being wet. It's just a. It's just a feeling of the rain. Rain's good. I like rain. I was trying to find a gift code for Rising Revengeance so you could play it. It's okay, McLarge. It's okay. Look, the Rising Revengeance, once again, Metal Gear Rising Revengeance, right? It's not available in Asia, like, entirely, so I don't think it's possible. You're kinda here, but good. Do you need more sleep? Because it's still, like, very early for you. No, sleep is important too, if you need, totally, right? Very important, right? Also, yeah, the Metal Gear Rising Revengeance is just, you know, not available in Asia. So I think how I can play is just pretty much, I can only just do a Roxas, I guess. do a Roxas. Poyomi Tune, okay. Did I just click on Poyomi Tune and then my PC just froze? Oh shit, there it is. What am I looking at? Lock-in optimize shader. Oh, that seems kind of resource intensive. Oh, but it looks kind of good. Even though my textures are all like very basics and shit. Here, let me do this real quick, and then maybe I'll do a little bit of like show. Let me see, rendering preset. Maybe I need outline for this. I don't know if I want to show this. To an outline, how about that? Oh my god. Oh yeah, also I just kind of want to play some Monster Hunter Rise today. Just because, you know. Just a little bit addicted again. Why is the... Oh, wait, it breaks? Oh wait, it didn't break? Poyomi shader... Poyomi toon outline. Outlines. Yes. That's not a good outline. Mode. Rim light. Basic. Space. World. No, local. Outline size. Point 2 maybe? Yeah. Outline color. Black. So they actually like... Outline texture. There's no need. Me see the problem with this one key here can't be redeemed in Malaysia. Yeah, because the game is like entirely not available here. Like I can't even search it out on Steam, and it doesn't even show when I search the name. Not, I should just show what I'm doing here. It's okay. It's just a little bit of things I'm trying to do, I guess. Because I heard from Barnaby that. It's possible to get... It's possible to use... I can... Where am I gone? Sorry, give me a moment. Dialog? There. It's possible to use Poyomi shaders, so that's why I'm trying it out, because I heard Poyomi shader is pretty good, so that's why I'm trying to use it. I heard it anyway. But honestly, I don't see much of a difference. It could just be how basic my texture is. That's why it's not like showing a lot. Although the outline could be better, I think. Wait, 2, right? Oh, it seems the outline is more clean, I think. Because it's local space, I think the outline looks a little bit more clean. Albeit, Poyomi shaders looks a little bit similar to... Just look a bit similar. Shading. Oh my god, there's so much anistrophics. You show those dishes who's cleaned them. Yeah, clean those up. Clean those up. Solid specular? Whoa. Okay, I can see why Poyomi shader is strong. Make sure not watch this demonstration in 360p. I mean, it's totally fine. I'm not doing anything that's too, I mean, this is just playing around with shader. That's pretty much it. And my PC is like dying because they're like, no, stop. Whoa. Look at that specular though. Fuck. There's even SSS. Ooh. But why does Anistrophics looks like CC on top of the other CC is not on? CC on top of the other CC? Oh, CC is not on. Sorry. There. It should be on now. Mixed light color. Base color replace blend. Add blending. It's crazy how this little shading does so much work. It's kind of crazy, doesn't it? Hide in shadow. Oh, hide in shadow. Oh, hide in shadow. Oh, okay, okay. Top layer power. Oh shit. Strength. Why does Anistrophics looks like it's just like smooth? Not much of an offset. Map offset strength. No, the tint. Oh, there it is. Can be red tint. Whoa. Well, I think usually I go for like switch direction. Toon mode? What does toon mode even mean? Bottom layer. Oh, this is the bottom layer. It was 0.1, right? Interesting. Yeah, that's the bottom layer. The power of Poyomi shader, I guess, right? Tint, black. Oh shit. So black just doesn't show up. Oh, it's alpha. It kinda treats it as alpha. Black means nothing. White is something. Oh, okay, I see. So this is where people can play with, can really go ham with the colors, I guess. You can have fun with this, but I think I'm gonna keep it at white, but maybe not that much, I think. Or maybe just leave the bottom layer and not that strong, because it looks like she's shining. How many great things got pushed into garbage because of tiny error? How many praise were just lucky enough to get there by a smidge? Such a thin difference. Oh no, don't debug. Madcap0123. Oh, I think this is just like extra textures if I want to put it in. Rim lighting. Rim lighting. Lighting. Oh shit. Maybe I should not be doing this here. Maybe I should do this off stream. You know, just check out the Poyomi shader and stuff like that. Maybe in the meantime fix a little errors that I have with the tail. Because the tail should not behave that way. At least the tail fluff should not behave that way. Hello? Are you okay, my PC? Please don't die. Oh, there it is. I think rim lighting is the one that I'm looking for. Just maybe. We can turn off any strophics for now. I should not have turned off any strophics because I didn't think turning off things could take that long. It's great, but man, this is... this is taking 10 years for it to load every time I try to change something. I should just play my Sun to Rise. Look, I want to play my Sun to Rise, alright? Oh, there it is. Here, let me try this one last thing. Style Poyomi. Little tune, UTS2. Ooh, rim texture, rim texture. I can just put like some sort of very janky stuff here and then it will just show up. Damn. Rim color. So rim color can be any color? Okay, black is just alpha. So this is just like alpha, I think. A little bit like alpha. I think I prefer rim. I can just like disable anistrophics. Because rim also shows this a little bit, so that it actually have a little bit of like depths to the fur. Because if I don't add that, it's gonna be just like one piece of something. That's it. Even though I tried to add, yeah, this is toon outline now. Yeah, outlines are pretty powerful, not gonna lie. Without outlines, sometimes things just looks like one piece of things with no depths to it. So it's like, yeah, pretty important. SSS, I guess. SSS is like very small detail, which I don't think, right? I don't think my texture has them. Tint, RGB, contrast, saturation, brightness, lightness, HDR, posterization. Whoa. My god, Poyomi shader, holy shit, so powerful. What the fuck? I can have 2 rim lightings? And then special FX? Oh. Third party? No, I don't have any third party. UV tile discard. Emission? I can just add emission like this? Oh my god, it is so powerful. Glitter sparkle? Pathing? Whoa. Def bulge? Ayo. wonder what these are. I know these are like I need to put in I need to put in a texture for this for it to show up here. But man, honestly, I can just put in my body texture and then see how it goes, or like just put in I love fur texture and something like that. But holy shit, Poyomi, I'm gonna figure this out off stream because this is a lot of things to take in. All right, let me close this, but I'll save. Okay. I'm ready to play some Monster Hunter Rise. Oh yeah, I need to close my 3D stuff. There. I have become Ball. Close this. See, now I'm only opening up these things. Why do I feel like it's very last things? Hope you still know later why you saved them like this. Oh yeah, I will know. Or even if I don't, I didn't really change a lot of stuff. It's just putting in the Poyomi shader. I saved that for the sake of not having to import the packages afterwards again, because importing the package actually takes a while. Like honestly, I before I start the stream, I already started to import packages and it's like taking a long time. So yeah, just for the sake of not needing to import the packages again, it's a big deal. I really want to get good with Bow. Like, I love Bow. I love playing, I love shooting Bow. I love shooting Bow. Like, I remember when I'm in KL, whenever I want to de-stress myself, I would just go to Summit Pyramid and just go for a like archery place. You know those archery places in shopping malls? Yeah, those kind of archery places. I just go there and then just shoot to my heart's content. It's great. I love it. It's great. It's heckin' great. I love archery. I just love Bow. Something about them feels good. Sorry about the screen flashing constantly. You don't know these places? Sounds like a neat thing. Oh, wait, so it's not a common thing? Maybe it's not, but over here it's like Miri has... Oh, it used to have 2, now there's only 1. Were you surprised by the power these bows require? Yes. At first, I don't even have enough strength to like fully pull back the bow, so I cannot shoot very far away. Oh shit, I need to change the settings. I forgot I changed the setting to really strong last night. Oh yeah, I played this a little bit last night. Maybe foliage sway? They want a little bit of foliage sway, you'll see grass moving. I think it's fine, I'm using 2D, it's okay. 100% image quality is fine. Okay, let's try this. Pupper, look at me, Pupper! Pupper! Oh my god, Velkana, please. Pupper! Pupper! Pupper, why do you keep moving, Pupper? Why are you trying to go? What is this? What am I looking at? Are you in my body? Pupper, please! You are so unhinged, what are you doing? Oh my god. What if I get double Pupper? Oh fuck. But then again, double Vilcana though. You know, let's play Pupper for a little bit. Which one is it? Ibuki. Pupper. Let's change the color. I think I can, right? Yeah, I can. But I can only change all of them, I think. I can both Pupper. Oh shit. Oh yeah. Oh shit. That's kind of cute. And then this one. Look at that. Look at the purple. Oh yeah, also last time I figured out something is that you cannot change the color of your color. A little bit sad, but also understandable. Just a little bit of understandable, you know. Oh, maybe I should try to find some AR quest. Since yesterday I got the information of, you know, AR 121 has a new curious augmentation. I should try that. Feel kinda in green. I know, right? Bow requires so much strength. Bow requires so much butt. Thanks, Buttspot. Nice. Good job, Buttspot. I love you, Buttspot. You're amazing, Buttspot. I think I have Iron Shell on for the damage. Why do I have Fire Attack 3? Why do I have Fire Attack 3? Oh! Oh, last night when I fight, Risen... sorry. Risen Valstrax. Oh my god. I got a Red Dragon's Fire, so I finally made the full set armor of this one. And I tried it, it was kind of fun. So, let me try. I have the armor now. Let's try playing with it. This one. Although you cannot see any changes in appearance because I have layer armor on, so that's why. I finally got it, finally. I'm probably gonna need a dragon bow question mark? Wait, I don't need that. Do I need it? It doesn't have dragon heart, don't they? Yeah, there's only dragon conversion, not dragon heart. Yeah, okay. So there's no dragon heart. I have stamina surge though. Oof. So I just need constitution. Let me see if I can make a level 4 constitution. Also, one thing with this armor is that I realized that it has quite a number of level 4 gem slots. I was like, oh my god. Oh yeah. Yeah, this is dragon heart. Draconic energy fills you after losing a certain amount of health. Weapon lose all non-dragon effects. So this is why I was thinking that I need dragon element for this. But no, I don't have this, so it's fine. Why am I trying to search again? Level 4. Oh shit, my brain just stopped working. Level 4. Wait, what am I trying to find again? What am I trying to find again? No, if I look around, I should be able to find it. Oh, is it True Shot? Bowgun special ammo and Dragon Piercer? Oh, it's not as good. I'm okay. I'm pretty sure I'm okay. I don't know why I'm just suddenly like... I don't know why suddenly my throat just like... eh. Not gonna work for you. Yeah, I was doing it. Okay. Also inflicts bubble light when performing consecutive evasive movement. Reduce the effect of major bubble light. And increase evasiveness while afflicted. Oh wow, that's something. Oh, I'm trying to find constitution. Yeah, okay. I don't have afflicted shell. Oh my god, how do I even get Afflicted Shell? AR quest? Fuck. I don't like that. Well, that's a no on that one, Chief. Although I think I have 5 level 2 Constitution gem. It's so sad. Fate Drift. Smash Shot. Maybe I should just get Drift here. Any more? Oh god. I think this one gets... yeah, water and ice attack. My bow is water? Hi Wolfie, they got Dragonborns in Masanta Rise. Not really. This is a mod. This is a Malzeno mod where it will replace Malzeno's armor set into a Malzeno. Maybe I should get like level 2 Iron Shell. Right? Yeah. 10%, that's a lot. Oh, I need 4 shot because I'm missing rapid. And 1 level 3 here. 1 4 shot. I'm finally free for a month. Hey, then back to work though. Oh fuck. Oh, are you on like a vacation break? Do I just get like this? 3 iron shell and just get recovery? No constitution is gonna be so ass though. No constitution, so ass. This is recovery speed, yeah. Level 2, good luck. Wait, do I have fate on? Wait, I do. I don't need fate, I think. I can change this to... yeah, either Mighty Bow. Yeah, Mighty Bow has like big boy damage, I think. I could try this stupid ass build, to be honest. Alright, let's try it. I don't know anymore. Yeah. Oh yeah, I should upgrade the armor. Fuck. My armor is like ass right now. Probably gonna get slapped and die. Oh, semester break from education. Oh, happy sem break. Wolfie was playing just chanting. Wow, I didn't know. I didn't know you stream. Wow. What do I want to do again? Oh, sell items. Those sort. Where's the egg here? Each for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's not a lot of money. Fish is good price, okay. Sorry, my voice keeps getting gone. I don't know why. You guys are gonna hear a lot of me doing that. Okay, I should apologize first. 69, very nice. Oh my god. Comments are high price. 500 Zenny? You're telling me that's high price? Okay, that's actually not bad. Okay, fine. Well, that's all the valuables, I guess. Let's go upgrade a little bit. gonna cost so much. 3 yeah, 374k. Oh my god. I did fuck around once with a friend because we wanted to find out. Hey, stream is fun. I mean, look at what I'm doing right now. I don't know, for me it's just like I really enjoy doing this. It's like good fun. Okay, enable augmentation. Wait, let me just enable every single one first, real quick. I don't know, sometimes I feel like you're just gonna fuck around and find out. Sometimes, right? Not all the time, by the way. it can get quite risky sometimes as well, so be careful. When, you know, when fucking around and finding out stuff. You never know. Maybe we're actually... Adds more defense. I hope that helps. I'm just gonna, like, augment them willy-nilly. Oh, fuck. This one's already done, isn't it? Yeah, okay, okay. Ooh! Hi, malicious magpie. I'll take it. Full power! Yeah, it's all just defense because I'm using like stability. Good enough. Should I do anomaly research quest now? Let's play Velkana a little bit. Oh. Ah, the dogs. I love them so much. Pupper. Oh guys, a little bit unrelated, but I've been playing this light lately. Because I found a character. A character named what again? Daylon, I think? Daylon. This light. Yeah. It's a Sobek, but also actually very hard. So that's the sole reason why I'm playing this light. Yeah, Daylon. I know exactly why you're on this light. You know, right? I saw Daylon. I have to play this light. I have to. Have you seen Sobek? Oh my god. That's like the hottest Sobek I've ever seen. Bro, get free baited. Scaly baited, excuse you. Like I see this Drew. Drew is fine. And the other like wolf characters are fine. Dude, I love Sobek. The others I could care less. I'm there for Daylon only. Drew is like okay lah. The Anubis, okay lah. That one is like okay, it's not what I want the most. I got scaly baited. Oh wait, I have no gobbler. Oh my god, I have no gobbler? I forgot. It's okay. I think I have big damage though, question mark? I think what Dragon Conversion does is that it converts all of your elemental resistance into damage. Yeah, I think. 40? I know if 40 is a lot. You should totally search up Daylon. Like 100%. Although search for Daylon this light. Because I don't know what other Daylons are there. Oh. Oh, you're shouting at the bug. Wait, did you see me? Oh, you actually saw... They actually saw me. Okay, okay, okay. Run. It's fine, it's fine. Alright, here comes my new armor. Here goes.
Counter. Counter.
No constitution is so sad. That's kind of painful. Oh. How do you even find games like these? Made to do research what a dislike is. Is me just uneducated? I don't think it's the matter of like uneducated or things. No. I think because on Twitter there's a lot of pictures on Twitter that allows me to find things like that. You know, when people draw fan art of them and then they just like, oh yeah, it's this game. It's like, oh shit, I didn't know about that. So that's pretty much how I find out about this light. Oh, I should have just bonked them. I forgot. Wolfie immediately knew. Probably because the furry bait, I guess. The furry bait in the game is pretty strong. But I just much prefer scaling. Running away? On Twitter, so yeah, true. Like the gameplay for this line is actually kind of bare bones. You know, just like five characters in a team. I hit you, you cannot dodge. You hit me, I cannot dodge. Those turn-based kind of strategy. Well, they say strategy. I put strategy with the the biggest quotation mark in the world. All right. Strategy. You just get 5-star unit and you win, pretty much. It's like, what else is there? You're telling me that you can use a 3-star unit to beat against someone that has a 5-star unit constantly? Oh. I don't think so. There's no strategy in that game. In that game, strong unit wins, that's it. Oh shit, I forgot about that. Am I getting zoned?
Counter. Counter.
That works. Ooh. I'm actually doing damage, I think. Oh shit. Metro, if you don't show me any posts like those. I don't know how Twitter algorithm works, honestly. It's just weird.
Counter. Counter. Counter.
Still got it. Woo! I didn't dodge in time. There were some retreats, likes, and follows, I guess. Oh yeah, that must be it. I did follow a lot of like archers that draws a lot of good looking dragons and more kobolds. Just reptilians in general. You know, and dragonborn, stuff like that. Lizard folk. They just all look so good. Like every time I open up my Twitter, it's just all like dragon art, lizard folk art, kobold art. It's like, I love them. That's not what I'm trying to do. You know what?
Counter.
Oh yeah.
Counter. Counter.
Oh shit. Everything's fine, don't worry about it. Ooh.
Counter.
Oh god.
Counter. Counter.
Oh yeah, exhaust is stunned. I forgot. Oh yeah. I was like, what does exhaust do again? So I forgot. And then I shot the head and it just do like a stun effect. It's like, oh shit. I remember now. It's coming back to me. No dislike anywhere. I knew about the game, like when the game first came out, because a lot of my friends was playing it. It's like, you should play this light. There's a lot of good characters in there. I played it. There's not a single reptilian representative in the game. It's like, yeah, sure. Not even a dragon. How sacrilegious is that?
Counter.
Sacrilege. No. Thanks. too early.
Counter.
Everything's fine.
Counter. Counter.
Oh, that's a lot earlier than I thought. Okay. Oh my god, I'm bad.
Counter.
Why did I just counter? Did I just counter the, the small Izuchis? Counter the Izuchi? Easy. God, no constitution, so sad.
Counter. Counter.
At least I have stamina surge. Oh! Oh, hi, Space Gear! Counter! Yeah, we gotta love some counter. Countering is great. How are you doing, Space Gear? No Gobbler is also really sad. I'm good. Hey, good to know, good to know.
Counter. 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 Counter.
Hey, dodged the wrong way. Oh shit. I'm gonna slowly heal back. I don't even need potions for this.
Counter. Counter.
Nice too. Trying to destroy the wings. Oh. Who stink? Oh, cheesecake stink. Hi, cheesecake. Ooh. What is that? Oh, I'm still gonna die. No, I'm not gonna try it. Oh!
Counter. Counter.
Let's go. Feels good, man. Oh, finally.
Counter.
Oh, that's a first flop. Alright. Hi, Lex. I'm missing some chant. How's the lovely bean doing? Wow, you're the lovely bean cheesecake. I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I'm doing way better than the past few days, definitely. Also, I hope you're doing good as well, cheesecake. Oh my goodness. Demi could probably just wanted to know if Twitter would have let me down on its own. Probably not. Probably not. Also, I hope you're doing good, Legs. Good noi. Good noi. Oh. Where's Falk? Oh, there it is. Why are you doing this? Okay. I'm so running away. I mean, for one bit of this line after 11 minutes, after so much scrolling, my Twitter turns into tear light. Yeah, I like the Daylon one. Daylon's really good. Daylon looks really good. Like Daylon represents Sobek. It's like Sobek is like, yeah. Oh man. Oh, I cannot dodge in time. Oh, I forgot to eat fish. Let's go. Oh, too late. Uh-oh. Why is it you guys again? Beetlejuice? Wow. Bonk. Alright, time for laser. Ooh, oh my god, my laser though. My laser though. Laser. Oh my god. My laser lost. I cannot believe it. Laser. Ugh. The spin. Whee! Am I getting the crystal? Can I finally get my crystal? Oh no no. Oh. Damn, similar search level 3 is so strong. No. I'm dead. Not today, let's go. And with a limping boy. You're fighting your laser. Gosh, that feels like so long ago. I mean, it is a long time ago, that thing. I'm fighting my laser. It's like so long ago. I cannot do those voices today, like, my god. I don't know why my throat decided to just, like, not gonna work today. Oh, man. It's weird. I mean, what's even more weird is that I feel fine throughout the whole Chinese New Year, where I'm really wailing on those, like, all the fried food and stuff. And then my throat is entirely fine. And then suddenly today my throat decides to just like, not gonna work anymore. Well, it still works, don't get me wrong. Just feeling a lot weird.
say something very loudly? What, do you mean something like...
Look at you, V. Am I too late? Is the pee pee poo poo mic gone? Mom, get the camera! Wow, wow. Wow. We're reliving 2014 times. We're in a Call of Duty lobby. You're in an Xbox Live lobby. And then you hear lots of, and you hear just kids shouting. It's like, hmm? Is the text-to-speech not working? Wait, that's weird. It should be working properly. Why is this? What is this? They got scam-assed. Can you stop?
Counter.
There it is. Get him! Get him! Ooh, that's some damage. Dumb. Oh! Somehow TTS died. Hey! Let me go fix it real quick then. Oh, that's a different one. Forgot it's two different... What? Airborne death is different? Holy shit. Now that's attention to detail. Can I get a crystal, please? Oh my god. You give me a crown horn but not crystal? Gem theme? Gem theme? How will I be able to fix the TTS though? It's from sound alerts. Let me try something. Crystal theme? I'm not getting that crystal, sadly. I think it's this one. If I refresh the cache, it should be fine. Question mark? Hey, let me try something. Does this work?
Emotional damage!
I got the crystal. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh shit. Emotional damage helped. Thank you, Steven. Oh my god. What a bargain. I got a crystal. Walao eh. How many more do I need? Probably around 9. I kind of want to make all the weapons. There's no way TTS doesn't work though. Yeah, let me go to what? I mean, yeah, because I want to make all the weapons possible. Well, not all. I don't care about light bowgun and heavy bowgun. Bowgun is not my thing. Not my thing. I'm just kind of curious why the TTS doesn't work all of a sudden. Everything's okay, have fun. Are you sure about that? Like, are you sure about that? I wouldn't be so sure about that, buddy. What can I do here? Oh, did my screen just froze? Oh, did my stream die? No, stream did not die, screen froze. Okay, there. It happens sometimes when the screen flashes too much, sorry. I updated it, don't know if it actually works. Narak. Hello, text to speech? Let viewers submit text-to-speech messages, moderation settings. Like, there's not even as much things I can do. What do you mean? God damn it, man. All the text-to-speech, I cannot believe it. Longer damage is nice, but not fun. It's not. If I want to play bowgun, I'll just play Counter-Strike then. Like, why not, right? You fucking piece of shit, why? Why wouldn't you work? I don't get it. Like, I don't get it. Like, why? It's just constantly disconnecting. Yeah, it's just constantly disconnecting. And then this one... Why? I guess Twitch doesn't like TTS, question mark? What if I like remove this? Yes, remove. And then add a new button, text to speech. Then change it to like 1,000 points, 100 points. Make it to Korean again. Male. Can I say one video tonight? Sure. Is it because it's Korean? No way. I don't get it. I don't get it. It just doesn't want to work. It doesn't want to work. For whatever reason, honestly, I don't know. Yeah, there's not much I can change here. I'm just gonna remove this for now. Although one good thing is I can just remove it here. And then it also removes from the rewards. I don't get it. Applesauce. Wait a minute, my PC was still loading that time.
If you spell applesauce with just A's, you can call it. If you spell applesauce with just A's, you can call it.
What are those? Are those ferrets? Are they ferrets?
If you spell applesauce
With just A's,
you can call it.
Oh, those are ferrets. Oh, okay, okay. They look like noodles.
If you spell applesauce
They-
with just A's, you can call it.
They feel like they are just pure bundle of energy. It feels like they're just a pure energy. Fluffy noodles, yeah.
If you spell applesauce with just A's, you can call it.
Long boys, tube noodles. I love them. They're just a bundle of energy. I'm gonna play a different bow. Is there a good ice bow? Rapid spread? Oh yeah, let's make a Velcana long sword. I want to try something. And also check bow again. I have this one. Pierce spread, spread. Dragon of 48. Devil's Council. Well, this one is just pure damage. 370. Wow. I have this one. Pierce, rapid. Oh, this one is all spread. Wow. And then this one is all pure. Auftauschen. Dispersion. Spread, pierce, rapid. This one is all spread. I need Shagurumagara's Mental to get this one. That's a huge affinity. 40%? Ooh. Oh, no slots though. Looks like I just need a lot of like afflicted things. Yeah, I'm gonna need a lot of afflicted things. This one looks not bad. I kinda like this weapon. 3345. Cactus Sichel. Cactus. Rosen Zichel. Rapid, pierce, rapid. Whoa, 5 rapid. 5 rapid. Isn't that kind of strong? Question mark. Two 5s. Luna Garen's Frost Jewel. Rapid 3445. Whoa. This is an interesting design for a bow. Looks kind of painful. How have you even used this? What is this? Spread 5425? 542? Why is it the higher level, the lower level of the spread is? What? That's weird. Cloudy Moon Shard. I was thinking Hunt Ferret's adorable. Yeah. They look very adorable, not gonna lie. Did I make Malzino's bow. I didn't. I'm terrible. I didn't make Malzino's thing. How can I not make Malzino's weapon? Which bow was it? Bow. That go reverse. Azor's. I think it's Azor's 3. Yeah. See. 5425. Also, hi Angelico. I'm not sure why, but this song playing right now puts me in a very good mood. So heckin' goofy. It's built to spam status. I mean, any bow can spam status, isn't it? This is good music, Space Gear. Maybe I should go fight Malzino for a little bit. He'd have the dodge fire. You can just walk and spam fire. Huh? Okay, this I genuinely don't get. Can't I just do that with any other bow? If I had my own place music, this would be playing from my speakers 24/7. Same. You have to check what bow stats they offer. Some offer all coating. You can check the other page, and you can just buy coating anyway. Yeah, well, Still, I feel like building status is such a weak reason to use the bow. This one. Oh, it's been a while since I last listened to Malzino's theme. Oh, maybe in the event quest? Event quest is no Malzino? Looks like they want you to slay 2 other dragons. Huh. That's just kind of there's not much Malzino's quest. All right, I'm gonna shoot Malzino to death. If I can do that. Do I need a... Wait, I think I need... I kind of want to change bow. How about that? See, I have this bow. Le Revisseur. I'm gonna get this one. Here's split. I need to make one level 4 spread gem, I think. Level 4 spread gem. Do I have it? Do they have it? They should have it. Am I? Oh, but afflicted dire shell? Ah, fuck. Oh, I can only play rapid fire now? Oh god. Do you have like a rapid fire bow that is of dragon? Dragon element, like please. I know it's very specific, alright? I know it's very specific. Or maybe I don't need those gems anymore. Like, why would I need those gems? Dragon element, dragon. Rapid. Oh, I can make this one, but I need the Celtic Gormagala. Maybe I should farm a little bit of Celtic Gormagala. It's been a while. And just make this one. Alright, any more dragon element? Spread, pierce. Oh my god. Oh my god. Dragon element, any more? Oh. Gold Radiant. Pierce, Spirit. Why are you the same as Valstruck's weapon? Why? Rapid 5? Can I just do rapid? I can't even make this. I'm stupid. Okay, fine. Whatever. I can just use whatever bow I want without the care of gems. It's fine. Where is it? Oh yeah, there it is. Okay, I'm already. Splash shot level 3. Okay, good. Lane power, attack boost, dragon attack. I'm gonna need dragon attack. There. And then get Triff on this one. Get Arc? Communities? Yeah, I can take this one. Then I can just remove this. What do I want to get then? Crit element? Crit element. Okay, all good. Three, 10, 25%. Oh, it's such a big difference. Is Triff even that good? I don't think Triff is that good. You know what? Nah. Let's get maximum crit element. And then this one get attack. Yeah, I need one more attack to be level 7. There. I don't have latent power. Yeah, I don't have latent power. Get refresh? No wait, I already level 3. 1 constitution? Or 1 gobbler? Physique? 1 constitution? By 10% with with level 3 stamina surge? Sure. Sure. Alright, that's my build. Let's do it. My build. This is gonna take 10 years. I'm not gonna do any damage. It's okay though. If I don't die, I win. Do I need to get bugs? Do I just skip it? Let me try skipping it. It's only Malzeno, right? Famous last word. I'm probably gonna die. Alright, here we go. Gonna jump into lava. Oh shit, maybe down. How do I get down again? Here, right? There it is. The most beautiful. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I forgot about that. It hurts a little bit. Yes. Yes. Spam it. I love it. Oh yeah. Psycho Crusher? I'm dead? I might have looked down on Mausino for a little bit. I shouldn't have done that. Yep. Mmm. Yeah, I might have looked down on Mausino for a little bit. Oops. I shouldn't have done that. Okay, that didn't happen. Nice who? Oh wait, I may need this. Oh, I should have gotten the bird buff. What? It's okay, don't worry about it. I don't need the bird buff. I think it's down here. Snake. We got snake. Wait, am I going the wrong way? Oh no. I went the wrong way. How many times can I go the wrong way again? Hi Leon. I'm getting miles. Again without you. I mean you can just join. I think. Oh, I can open up the room for you if you want. We have a sleepy boy sleeping on the floor. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. He sleep. I guess I have to do it, alright? Sorry. Wake up! That's a lot of damage. That sounds a little different. Ooh, you guys are seeing Monzino in action. Only on my channel you get this. Oh god. Eat the fish! Woo! There it is. God, the music is so good! I'm gonna coom! Oh! Nope. No. No. god, that sounds so good. Oh god.
Counter. 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 Counter.
Psycho Crusher! Please don't kill me. I love you. Alright. Thank you. Oh. No. No. Wait, your weak point is your front paw? Hey, got him. Hello? Oh, you little shit, I'll kill you. You bitch, don't you dare run away from me. You fuck. That's right, that's right. Oh yeah, where's the rest? Where's the rest? Yeah. Oh. The role we all know and love. Oh, hi Narix. Oh, you're here? Oh yeah, you dead, you little shit. Oh, you dead. Oh, you dead. Come here. I didn't mean to do that. Oh, you did. I'll kill you. Dude, it's so hard to aim with controller, I just realized. There. I'm happy now. You can have enough supplies to redo a kitchen at this rate. It's Mazino, you're far enough. I mean, I'll open up the lobby after this run. Wait, is Leon joining? Then I'll join in later. I'm currently outside doing errands. Oh, okay. Can. Do I not have Iron Shell? Did I forget about Krishna's blessing? Narix, I'm trying to make a Malzino bow. Because I just realized I don't have a Malzino bow. Sacrilege. I'm sacrilege. Now I'm gonna make one. To repent. The role we all know and love. Hi?
Counter. Counter.
Oh, I forgot about that. Oh yeah. Woo.
Counter.
Wee! Sleepy boy? Alright. That feels good. I'm gonna try if I can actually just spam Dragon Piercer until the tail is like severed. Is Dragon Piercer severed damage again? I think the only... Yeah, only Dragon Piercer is severed damage. I'm pretty sure anyway. Too early! Because I remember in World I can do it, but I don't know if I can do it in Rise. E. Oh. Okay, good to know. MV type shot? What does that mean? Not sever? Did they change that? Oh boo! What do you mean? That's so sad. Spammable melee? Let's do it. Let's fucking do it. Yeah, that's the piercing shot, but that skill is might as well not exist. They think everyone is Robin Hood. That skill literally says that you have to be Robin Hood to use it. You have to shoot in one place, shoot the arrow where it hits to make it work. No fucking way, buddy. I'm not Robin Hood. I can't even shoot properly. You're telling me to shoot the arrow where I shoot it at? It's like, Wait. What's my other melee? Oh, I have two of the same melee. I didn't mean to do that. Come here. Give him a tail. Oh yeah, I forgot about dodge bowling. The role we all know and love. Can we change location? I am speed. Here. Oh. I press wrong button.
Counter.
Can you not? Can you like?
Counter. Counter. Counter.
Oh, I should got hit by that one. That move is a good time. Oh. Too early. Oh, I need that bug. Nice. Oh, sorry. I actually don't recognize that move. Ugh. I got one on the wing. I hate MR Magnamalo, MR Mango a lot. You don't like MR Mango? I mean, MR Mango has some moves that's a little bit obnoxious, I guess. But I think... You know what? Yeah, maybe MR Magnamalo is not that fun. But you can... it's like, after finding it multiple times, and then know what Mango is gonna do, I think that's like, yeah, it's a fun fight. Once you know like what Mango is trying to do. Anything beyond Guys McGurm, you can't do it yet. I mean, take it slow, it's totally fine. Oh yeah, hit this. Oh. Huh. Stab. Why are you aiming at me? Oh, it's gone. Okay. Stab. Ooh. Free? Oh yeah, I don't remember this move.
Counter.
That works. Stab it, please.
Counter. Counter.
If you click Droxen, don't forget about the coding. I only have close range coding and I've been using it.
Counter.
Too early. Oh! No fucking way! I'll take it. It is done. It has been done. GG easy no re. Hey, no bonking allowed. Right, no bonking allowed. This is a majestic dragon. There, just fall down. Malzeno is too beautiful. I don't want to bonk. Oh! Going above and beyond for Malzeno. Maybe not. Oh! I did not recognize that.
Counter.
I blame the ledge. I blame I blame the ledge. I blame the goddamn ledge. It's the ledge, I swear. I totally did not dodge too early. It's the ledge. I swear it's the ledge. I cannot believe it. Oh my god. It's like, have you seen the ledge? Oh gosh. It's totally not me. I want to play a game with friends. Did they like go very far away already? I mean, I'm pretty sure after like MR around 100, I believe. I mean, pretty much at MR 100 you can do all the quests possible. Well, excluding AR quests, that is. But like most quests should be able to do, yeah. The Ledge horror Wait, it's actually a horror movie title? The Ledge. Alright, let me get the tail first. Well deserved. The Ledge was only trying to let you... I'm gonna cry. The Ledge is only trying to let you in. Well deserved tail. Look at that. With a bow too. MR 160 for highest? Oh, well, there you go. Although 160, yeah, it's quite a bit of a grind, not gonna lie. The butt was only butting you to let you the butt. I can never get enough mouse, you know. Oh my god. Yes! Yes! Mmm. Gosh, Monsino. Holy shit. I'm just going all out at this point, right? In terms of the simpage.
Counter. Counter.
Woo! It's the ledge, I swear. It's the ledge, not me. I totally did not dodge into the projectile. That didn't happen. I swear it's... I'm using a Wii remote to play this game. It's it's tough. You know, it's like you are playing Osu with a steering wheel. It's like playing Osu with a steering wheel. That's how it feels like. God, guys. That one legendary ledge. God damn it. Legendary ledge. Oh yeah, I got the Red Dragon's Fire last night, Narex. Look at this. I have all the Faustrak's armor as well. Also, is 51 a lot? Is 51... Oh, 75, sorry. Is 75 element a lot? For a bow? Or is it just like baby number? No? Fuck. Alright, that's fair. Because I brought all the... I thought it would be fun to bring all the resistance. You know, I have hard water resistance, thunder resistance, ice resistance, and where's my fire resistance? I guess there's no fire resistance, but yeah, I did bring all the resistances. Resistances. Oh yeah, why did I say a 4-shot? I don't have spread. I mean, I have spread. But like, why would I bring spread when there's only level 1 spread? Let's change bow. No, we use raw damage then? Raw? Yeah. Raw only pierce. Pierce only run. It's high-ish if you don't have it augmented. Oh! I'm gonna take that. I'm gonna take that as that's pretty good. Do I have another level 3 slot? That's a no on that one. Oh god. Level 2 Pierce, 1 Physique. 1 Physique. 1 Physique is good enough. Nah, we don't need that. Let's get Crit Element. Baby. Why do I need Crit Element? I have no element. Wait, this armor needs element. What am I doing? You guys saw nothing. I was using this one, right? Huh. Then I can try again, I guess. Maybe get all spread. Spread level 2. I cannot get spread level 3. Oh wait, I need 1 dragon. Okay, well, spread level 1 then. Spread level 1. 1 Kushal's Blessing. What else do I need? Why is spread level 3? I mean, I know why spread is level 3, but... dang it, man. Oh, level 3 effect extender? Yeah. Yeah, this is good build. Good build. Alright, let's try again. I'm still trying to make Malzino's weapon, I guess. I be a lowly level MR5. Oh, I mean, from MR1 to 10, it does take a bit because of story. I get it. Don't worry, that round against Malzino didn't happen. Right, do you guys saw anything? I don't. It didn't happen. I mean, what didn't happen? I didn't see a thing. Stream just started. I couldn't see anything over the ledge. Yeah. Over the ledge. That one legendary ledge. Yeah, stream just started. You only spent 2 hours on build crafting because I care about my build. Because I care about my build. I'm trying to get good. Why got the stream just in time for the start? Yeah, finally, right? We're Kamaru in to my stream, to my totally just started stream. Don't worry about it. That 2 hours spent trying to build the build. I was doing it off stream. I don't know how to keep it up. Oh, I've been booped. Yeah. Whoa. Oh. Feline Great Fur Ruby? Is that rare? Okay, let's get some actual bird buff this time. Now, after that totally didn't happen round happened, which it totally did not happen. But after that round, I figured I should get some bird buff, which is just my intuition. Oh wow, cool! A Droxen stream just in time. Although that does mean that I start like way slower or later than usual. Imagine if I start my stream at 2. Buff bird gets swole. Gonna love having buff birds. Very important. Are they gonna turf? Are they gonna turf war? Oh my god, Mazino, do you just sit down? Oh my god, I love you so much. Oh my god, look at you. Hey, Ragnar Kadaki, I swear to god, what the fuck are you doing? Oh my god, you bitch. He loafing, yeah. Oh, you piece, I'll kill you. How dare you? How dare you, bitch? I don't even want to bonk you. I'll use mouse to destroy you. Hey y'all. Yeah, that's right. Totally deserved. How much damage was that? I don't know. Where's he going? Honestly, that's like my first time seeing Malzino loaf.
Counter.
Oh, that was a very late counter. Oh god! Another one. Oh shit. I didn't roll in time. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Don't worry about it. Oh, I wanted. No, you missed. I wasn't moving. Oh, that's a quick break. Oh shit, I dodged into it. Oh, that's a bad idea. Too early. Oh yeah. Oh! Help! Keep shooting.
Counter.
Keep shooting. I have blood blight. Keep shooting.
Counter.
I'm out of blood blight. Heal.
Counter.
Oh shit. Oh. Wait, that's not it? I thought that was it, no?
Counter.
Oh! I feel like Pierce is really good. Do you see how much Pierce did with only just a level 1, I think? Level 2 Pierce, that did quite a bit, even though it's like at an optimal range. I feel like Pierce is like really strong, not gonna lie. Are you trying to eat fish? I didn't mean to do it. It's fine, don't worry about it. Oh! Oh no! I didn't mean to do.
Counter.
I'm so not used to not having Gobbler, it's so sad.
Counter. Counter.
Oh! What? Everything's fine. Whoa, shit. Too early. Oh, I dodged it. Hello, is that a counter? I got robbed? Oh, whoa. Whoa. No panic. No need to panic. There's no need to panic. See, there's no need to panic. There's no need to panic. Don't worry about it. Okay, we good, we good. Gosh, no gobbler is so risky. Ooh, last toad.
Counter.
Ooh, that was a little bit fast.
Counter.
Whoa.
Counter.
Yeah, go with them too late.
Counter.
Hello? Weren't you aiming at the bug? Or the fish? I mean, you are. Okay, maybe I just... in range. Yeah, it's snowing again? Oh. But it's February, no?
Counter.
But I don't know if snow is good though. I heard from my sister that snow is kind of terrible. Like snow smells terrible is what she said. I didn't dodge in time. That's on me. That's on me. I was 10 kilometers away! Whoa, too early. Going in. For me, it's snowing in Canada. Whoa. I never seen snow like ever. It doesn't smell bad so long as this isn't tainted with something else. Tainted with something else, huh? That's kind of scary. Oh, snow is just rain but solidified, isn't it? Yeah, that's snow. I just remembered. Like one of the science like question or it's like knowledge. Everything's fine, sorry. Got scared a little bit. Wee! Oh my god, I did not get hit. Oh my god. Ugh.
Counter.
Let's go, finally. Oh, I don't recognize when they do that twisty initial D thing. I need to recognize that. I'll give you a friend. Okay, no friend for you, I guess. Solid water flakes. Snow smells bad. It's just water. Yeah, but I heard from my sister it smells bad. I mean, I have no like hands-on experience with snow, so I have no idea. If it's yellow, it might be bad. No, oh, that's yellow snow. It must be tainted with something else then. I want to like try touching snow. And then, you know, from all the cartoons I see, it's like snowball fight and stuff like that. Shit looks like it hurts like a bitch. Oh yeah, give me more. Oh my god. Oh. Oh, look who it is. Get him, Mo. Yeah, get him, Melzino. Yeah. Here, let me help you. Let me help you. Yeah, that's right. Bong. You're welcome. It doesn't hurt? The cold from getting hit by a snowball is worse in my opinion. Oh. It's soft and falls apart easily. It only hurt if there's an accidental piece of ice or a rock inside. Oh shit. Yeah, that would hurt. So snow by itself is soft and fluffy, I guess. That's good to know. Stab. Should I try to get tail again? Nah, I'm lazy. I wanted. Oh no, I didn't see that. Hey, got him. Don't ask. Don't ask. Whoa. I wonder if it's far enough. Come here. Stab. Stab. Whoa. What am I doing? It's like, what am I doing? Woohoo! Like, this fight is not hard. I'm making it hard for myself. Oh man. What? Malzeno is not Elder, right? Don't worry, Malzeno, I help you. Here comes a combo. Another one. Oh yeah. That's right. That's right, dumb monkey. Get him. What a combo. Holy shit, Malzeno is so hot. Dude, I love Malzeno so much. Jokes, what? I don't remember. I don't remember. I mean, it's not, right? Yeah, it's not Elder. It's not Elder. Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's not Elder. Unless it is. Are you? Are you? I almost dodged the wrong way. Aye! It didn't count.
Counter. Counter.
Oh, mama.
Counter. Counter.
This is good practice, isn't it?
Counter.
Oh, it's blue. Are you? Are you not? I don't think you are. Well,
Counter. Counter. Counter.
Oh, help! Oh, it's not. Okay. Oh, it is an elder. Oh, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Why? Why now? Wait a minute. Okay, all good. Six damage. Let's go. Is it not? It's not. It's not. I mean, I cannot get the shock trap. It's not. Unless it is. No, I don't. I don't trust it. Let me just put down one more shock trap just to be sure. Just to be sure. All right, just to be sure. No, I'm not gonna look at it. I'm not gonna look at it. Oh wait, I cannot put down the trap because I already have a trap down. Oh fuck. Well, I mean... I don't know anymore. Whee! Hey man! Wake up.
Counter. Counter. Counter.
Give me your tail. Stop putting your tail inside the wall.
Counter.
I instinctively dodges that one. I hate it. Yeah. Oh. Let's go, we got him. I didn't dodge in time. Got him! This shouldn't take this long. But it did take this long. At least now I know I can still, you know, cut down the tail with a bow. I'll be a little bit tough. Oh my god, it's these guys again. Can you not? Get out! Don't touch! No touchy. Get out of here. Get out. No. That's right. I'll be more surprised if you did it with HH solo. Hunting Horn is easier. Way easier. What do you mean? Hunting Horn is like so strong. But of course you cannot cut the tail with Hunting Horn. Oh, a tail cut? Oh, fuck. I mean, of course not. Is there like a severing damage for Hunting Horn? Two sources? Oh shit. Tell me about it. Did I inject? It happened again, did it? Wrestling beat drop 3 ticks slicing. Alright guys, give me a moment. Multi crush, one of the 3 hits. I couldn't believe I did it again. Give me a moment. I mean, this time it's not that bad lah. But then I realized that I constantly want to drink water and I want to go to toilet, and I feel like that's a little bit unnatural. And I just realized, oh yeah, I forgot. I need to stop doing this. Holy shit. I'm good. I'm good. Wrestling beat drop sounds like a challenge though. Is it a wire bug move? Moisturizing is important, it's good for the body. Oh yeah, true. But like, my body still needs insulin as well. And having to moisturize too constantly, and even after moisturization, I still feel thirst. That's not natural. That means that the blood sugar is a little bit too thick inside, so that's why I constantly thirst. That's one way to know that if I have high blood sugar. Yeah, that's one way to tell and I constantly want to go to toilet, like right now. Cost 2 pretty lengthy recharge. Oh shit, that is a challenge I'm gonna do. It's a challenge. I'm gonna cut Risen Crimson Valstrux. I should go to toilet for a little bit. I'll be right back real quick. Very, very fast. I'm back. All good, all good. No big deal. That was the one I hadn't heard before. Yeah, I think it has several symptoms to know that if I'm suffering from high blood sugar. Several actually. The one that I said, two of them is like, yeah, those two is one, and those two are two. And I think the other one is that I have really bad mood all around, and I get pissed off really easily. That's one of the harsher ones. The harshest one is, and the harshest one would be I can taste blood in my mouth. That's like the worst one, and that's how I know that yeah, blood sugar is getting out of control, and I need immediate care, right? That one needs immediate care, because that if I taste blood in my mouth, holy shit, that's way too much, right? So yeah, that's a little bit scary, not gonna lie. What if I change? Let's use Silver Soul again. And I want to try using a no element bow. Yeah, it's that scary. Like I'm not trying to like scare people, but it is one of the symptoms that you can have, which can get quite serious, not gonna lie. Wait, I think I have Rapid up here. Well, I don't need Rapid, I need Pierce. Shit, I don't have Pierce, I think. I don't think I have Pierce. I need a level 3 slot. I need 2 level 3 slots. This one infinite recovery speed. I'll really use this one. Oh, I already have Gobbler level 3? Nice. It's speed eating fire attack. Why is there fire attack? Oh wait, it's silver red loss armor. Okay, okay. I forgot it's silver red loss armor. Okay, what else do I need? One wire bud? Level 1 Defiance. Okay, Defiance is already at max. Two recovery speed. Let's get one more here. Level 3 recovery speed. Might as well get Iron Shell then. Yeah. Bow charge plus. Oh, nice. Okay, 2 more level 2. Tenderizer, 2 tenderizer. I only have 1 tenderizer. What does tenderizer do again? Attack that exploit your monster's weak spot. Oh, wait, that's good, isn't it? Wait, that's good for bow, because bow needs to shoot at weak spots to get damage. But then again, agitator is pretty good as well. What else do I have? Destroyer? Heartbreaker? You know what? Just get Destroyer. Can destroy everything. Wait, I only have 1 Destroyer. Oh my god, I'm bad. Oh, I can set decorations here. Oh my god, that's so nice. Okay, Destroyer there. Do I spam some AR quest now? Destroy them all, yeah. I'll get them. Maybe I should start spamming some AR quests, I feel like. Yeah, I totally should. Also, what did Narek send me? Oh. Okay. Yeah. Look, I forgot, okay. I forgot. Oh my god. I don't like this Rajang. I don't want. I would get this one. Afflicted Mizu? Afflicted Mizu? Do I even have Afflicted Mizu? Oh, I have. Sure, I guess. Lobby. Oh! Lobby. I'll open up lobby. Uh, 1028. And you guys gonna help me up some AR levels? Actually, I should look at all the decorations real quick. Like, which one? Because I see so many people are doing so much damage and then I don't know what I'm doing anymore. It gets kind of sad sometimes that I don't know how to get damage. Like, I get it's skill issue, but still. Oh, is peak performance good? We need Staura's Rice Gem. Oh, Throttle? While active, increase affinity by 50%, reduce stamina depletion. What? That's strong? Temporarily increases affinity and reduce stamina depletion when certain conditions are met. They still use this description? What is that certain condition? They never explain it. Oh wait, chain is good, isn't it? Wait, chain is good especially for bow and or dual blade? Wait, oh shit. Foray increases the poison presses or an elemental blight. Oh. I'll take a large monster affected by poison, paralysis, or an elemental blight. Elemental blight? Would they get elemental blight? Prevents your weapon from losing sharpness. Ooh. Counter plus 10 after activation. For how long? These seems pretty good. Increased attack power when you are suffering from an abnormal status. Oh, this one is for gunlands. Extends the range in which ammo and arrows have maximum power. Is this good? Precise? Did anyone use this? This seems good. I can assume that it makes me to have more optimal range for bow. Question mark? I mean, that's how I feel anyway. I think I'm just gonna change to like... change to burst. Barstool. Night Droxen, have a wonderful stream. Hopefully I might catch the end. Alright, Lex. Thanks for hanging out. I hope you have good sleep. Good night. That is level 3 chain. I'm gonna win the whole game with level 3 chain. Yeah, I just realized last night when I was playing with my friend, he says that the Risen Valstrax armor looks like Kamen Rider. Same thought. We have the same thought on Risen Valstrax armor. It looks like Kamen Rider. Even though I don't watch Kamen Rider. But I think he used to be a huge fan of Kamen Rider. We're gonna speedrun this. Which one should we get? Oh, all monsters, okay. Oh, there's only 2 on the spot. The Speed of Juice and Kushala. I forgot how strong afflicted monsters are. I'll stay inside or Harvest Moon. Oh shit, I forgot about that. Whoa, shit. Where's the weak spot of Kushala? I don't know. I don't seem to be able to shoot out a yellow number. Pause? Pause? That's an interesting weak spot. Alright. Oh, it is pause. Oh my god.
Counter.
Iron Shell, baby. Oh, sit.
Counter.
Oh shit. Whoa. Never give up. Never give up. Whoa, nice. Holy shit. Whoa. Oh shit. Naric's too OP. Oh wait, there's 3 monsters. I just realized in Monster Hunter Rise, right? The deep, I could have lost it to Dragon Gem. The debuff when there's like multiple monsters in the single quest, it's like the health reduces way more than in World. Such a huge difference. Whoa, shit. Ooh. Oh my god. I miss playing lands. Maybe I should play some lands. Yeah, totally. Should try to get the tail of this one. Try. Oh shit! Hey Ben.
Counter. 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 Counter.
Nice. Eh. Oh shit! Everything's fine. Oh my god, I didn't see that. I struggle to use anything but Insect Glaive. I mean, it does certainly help that I spend 1300 hours on Monster Hunter World, I guess. 1300 hours on Monster Hunter World. I think that helps a lot with like having to play all the weapons except for light bowgun and heavy bowgun. Where they get the armor? It's a mod. It's a mod that replaces Malzeno's armor into Malzeno. Also, hi Neko Panda. Oh, too fast one? Yeah, mod. It's a good mod too. Ugh, oh my god. Oh, hey. What are you doing? No, too early. Alright, don't worry about it. I'll leave Beetlejuice to you, Narix. Oh no, what's your weak spot? Back fin? Back fin? Okay. Interesting weak spot, Mizu. Oh, and head, okay.
Counter.
Whee!
Counter. Counter. Counter.
Oh shit! Hey! Oh, mommy! I should have healed. Oh, dude, Bow is fun when I get to know Bow more.
倍にして返してやるぜ。はいよ。頼むぜ。
Wait, I can just teleport to this one.
どっこいしょ。いただくぜ。順調だ。取った。そらよ。
I think I'm far enough, yeah. Oh, nice. Never give up. Get that tail. Cool. Oh, everything's fine. Virality? Are you joining Virality? I'm not. I mean, if you want to join, feel free. Looks like a big fun event. I'm not really that into VR chat, to be honest. Get the tail! Yeah, get the tail! Get that! Oh wait, that's your head. Oh, nice.
Counter.
I didn't mean to count on that. Never give up. That's how you play a bow.
Counter.
Oh. Oh shit, a Dorg? Dorg. Hi, Brian. Woo! I should heal. Why are you trying to lick me? Yeah, yeah.
Counter.
Not this time. I'll cut your tail. With the most unconventional way possible.
Counter.
Uh-oh. Everything's fine. Stab! Stab that tail! Oh. Can I just bonk once? Because I still want the tail. Or not bonk at all. Here, let me aim for like there we go. Like I know it's very stupid, but I actually want the tail. Like it's stupid even to my degree. Oh. Oh shit, I didn't. Are you gonna aim for me? Doesn't look like it. Oh my god, the heal sucks. Oh, I was about to say I want to capture it, and I just realized it's afflicted monster. Don't say anything. Didn't happen. Okay. Why am I playing with newbie again? Dude, you're trying to help me, that's why. I need help. Alright, you got this. Your sword is high. Okay. Whee!
Counter.
Whoa. That's a tough tail. I always underestimate how tough Misu's tail is. Was there a counter? Yeah, I just got robbed? Yeah, if I want to get the tail, I should not be using bow.
ありがたくいただくぜ。
If I want the tail, I should not be using a bow. No, let's play lens for a little bit. It's been a while. Step. Huh. I still love how soft the dog is. It's so soft. It's like a marshmallow. Oh. Why did I get the Beetlejuice mantle again? Dara gem. Lush Ender Dragon gem. Another one? Dude. Is the game finally loving me? Oh my god. Report to Bahari. What did I do? Big thanks. What did I do? Oh. Let me just save this one. Evade extender with lens? Maybe not. I want to get hard recovery because I have iron shell, level 3. Yeah, Krishna's blessing level 3. That's good enough. Phoenix exploit offensive crush speed eating. I'll change this one. Oh god. How much level did I get? 94? Ooh, that's not bad. It's like each quest gives me two anomaly levels. Yo. I think that's not bad. Another Misu. This one is times 2. This one is also times 2. Oh, this one has a Jet Boy, Gormagala. Gormagala, Sensor? I can try to get Sensor. So also times 2. Let's do this one. Oh, you MR 500 already? MR 500? Oh my god. Cray cray. For information, I hate gore. Why? Gore is cool though. Like normal gore. Is it too easy for is it too easy for you or something? Hi, go been a good. Ooh, wonky. You're not fair enough. Hi, Derpy. I've been a good girl. What did I do? Yeah. Oh, I miss this map. Dude, this is making me want to play Monster Hunter 2. Gomaga is the most hot topic monster, therefore it is my favorite. Oh, it is a lot of people's favorite. Gomaga is just cool in general. But then again, nothing beats a good old... Nothing beats a good old Malzeno. And or Velcana. Right? Top tier. I want to know what Gomagala listens to. Can Gomagala listen? Oh wait, Gomagala cannot see. Only. You've done nothing wrong, you have behaved. That's a little bit straightforward. What's your model? I don't want my PC to die, so I've been using 2D for this game. This game's a bit too much for my PC, that's why. Embussy? Did you just miss on purpose? Oh! Don't ask. Don't ask. Oh boy. Thanks. Gonna eat drugs. There. Oh hey. Oh, I'll do it. Aim, bonk, nice. I'll ride it. Uh-oh. Why are they always together? Why do they love each other so much? I mean, I don't mind, honestly. Oh, there it is. What do you mean? What do you mean? Unblockable, right? Whoa, what just happened? There it is. Nice, good shit, good shit. Oh, hi Leon. Hi again. Nice. Oh. Got him. Oof. Trap him? Okay, I will. You better step on it. Yeah, baby, you better step on it. Step in the trap. Step in the trap. We need to capture Jet Boy. Nice, good job. We need to capture Jet. We didn't capture Jet Boy. It's okay. I'm sure they understand. Oh yeah, Leon, have you finished your errands? Casually drank a portion of the jets. I mean, at least this one is not reason about Droxen, it's fine. From the slash app. Okay, no. There, we captured it. We have successfully captured. We successfully captured Chat Boy. Yeah.
一つ完遂だな。
Oh, I trapped something.
そらいけ。そらい。
Yes, you have. Nice. Then can join already though. If you whenever you want to join, the passcode is 1028 no.
取った。
Yeah. I don't want to change the passcode. Unless some random decide to join, then yeah, I'll change it. Oh. Yeah, I see the pig die. I see the pig die. Get bonked. Get bonked, I'll get your tail. I'm gonna get the hit. Oh! This is when we get sensor, right? Yeah. It's kind of bad. Got him. Oh, a little bit too early. Oh, we got the hit. Nice. You got the hit. Oh my god. I'm just trying to get the deal. Oh, I try. No, I have offensive guard or guard up, alright? Ooh, nice. I need this. What the fuck? Mantle from Shiny? I will shit my pants. Ow, fuck. My weapon is already green? Oh my god, my attacks are actually getting deflected. Let me sharpen real quick. My attacks are getting deflected. That's so rare. Using a lance, using a lance too. Holy shit. We got time for poor sharpness. Okay lah. Wait, did you bring like Master's Touch or something? MT3, what is that? Oh wait, MT, is that Master's Touch tree? Confused monster noises. I didn't know you're gonna bring Master's Touch tree. Get the tail, get the tail, get the tail, get the tail. I'm a fellow tail cutter. As a kobold, I need to get the tail, get the tail, get the tail. What the fuck? What do you mean? How did it die? Oh shit. He's already dead, the fish. Come on, not cool. Wait. Can we capture Go? We can capture Gormagala, right? Oh fuck. Sorry. I didn't capture Gormagala. Oh, do you have that? Show off 2 and then plus damage? Look at that, lance is so fast. Whoa. Oh. Oh. What do you mean? Nice. Oh. Why you keep hiding your tail, you little shit? Like, I'm not lying, it just keep hiding its tail. I love the squeaky noises so much.
頼むぜ。研ぎ澄ますぜ。
Oh. Ooh. Oh, finally! Nice, nice, nice. Dude, that is one tough tail. Holy shit. Oh. That's a lot slower than I thought. Oh, you're trying to get the back fin? Alright. Oh. What? Man, being able to use lens and just aim whenever I want to hit, I mean, it feels pretty good.
小石の出番だぜ。
No mobility, but very stable. I can just stand on one ground, just keep poking the same part over and over again. I just realized how much I love that. It's a really nice feeling. No. No. Whoa. Oh, look who it is. I'm gonna bonk it. No, I didn't block. Oh shit, I'm stunned. Tolong pukul saya, thanks. Wee. I'm fine. Whoa. The second hit doesn't hit, like, at all. Interesting. Yay! Thanks, Leon. Ah, yes! My job is done. Yeah! Wait, the Miso is kinda far away though. Well, no carving for you, I guess. The what? Shit, what did I say? No, this is like a special power of mine. I don't remember what I said like 2 seconds ago. Double Malzino action. Can orb? Can an orby? Mizutone's water orb. Why is it not mental? I keep getting orb but not mental. You guys have anything? You guys have anything you want to fight, or are you guys okay with just helping me up AR levels? Because I'm just trying to get to 121 AR. Mine's too high for you? Yeah, I know. Your heckin' AR is too big. Mine's only like 96. Oh, wait. I'm fine for anything. Yay! Help me level up. Help me get 221 AR. Oh, that's everything. Nice. Or honey, mushroom? But tail severing though. Maybe not mushrooms. Elemental blights? Oh yeah. I need to keep fighting Mizu? Well, I hope you guys don't mind doing the same quest over and over again. Any more ×2? No, that's the only one that's ×2. This one is ×2, this one is ×2. I mean, Kushala is cooler. I'll fight against Kushala. Your AR is 144. How the book? How the book? I want to play Switch Axe. Oh, didn't they say if I wear full Velkhana's armor and then the Frostcraft is gonna be stronger? Question mark? Is it? Is it that? Would it be stronger? Ice attack, critical element, focus, critical draw, quick sheath, ammo up, grinder S, first craft, redirection. That's... What's a good level 3? Come do this? Okay. Nanti dulu ah. Oh wait, I need to change the talisman. Wait, wait, Don't I have another rapid morph? Yeah, there it is. Rapid morph, quick sheath. There. Even though I already have quick sheath level... There'll be quick sheath level 5 though. Okay, fuck.
Hello.
Mm.
And welcome.
Hazia the dragon. Another dragon. Hi. Welcome in. Thanks for the follow. I appreciate. Nah, I just get this one. Oh, I have to have maximum crit element. Yeah, I'll get jumping. Oh yeah, Gobbler. Defiance, maybe? What? What do you mean, what? Someone has a blue Malzino OC? Really? That's pretty cool. Maybe I should get Wingdix Exploit. Yeah, maybe I should get this one. It's an adoptable. Adoptable Malzino OC? Wait, let me do this real quick. Okay. Recovery speed, yep. Why not? There's so many level 3 slots. I don't know what to put. Oh my god. Maybe I need more tenderizer? Crit? Why do I do things so alang one? Why do I only have one level 20, one tenderizer? Okay, maximum effect extender then. Chain? Is chain good for Switch X? I don't care. I'm kidding. Yeah, baby. It's fine. I'm sure it's gonna be useful. Okay, one more level 3. Critical Jewel. Okay. This is like my dumbest build, I think. If it works, it works. Oh wait, let me remove this one. Abandon current quest to join this one? Yes. Bye Leon. Oh, already 8. Okay. Nice who? I love how today's whole day is just like cloudy, dark. Like the whole day there's no sun. Did the two of you have the same voice acting? The voice actor? Wow. I'm gonna go find mango. Or do I need bird buff? I kinda want to get some bird buff. Because it's like afflicted scorn mango. It's like a big deal. I just hope that I don't get one shot. That's all I ask. This quest better give me like 10 levels. 10 levels? Maybe 5? I'm being hopeful. I'm asking for 5. Are you guys fighting already? Oh shit. I'm coming! Oh! Get him. Bonk.
大成功だ。よっしゃ。
I'll ride it. I make sure it's too late on that. It's okay. Oh my god. Oh. What the fuck? What hit me?
追跡開始だ。順調だ。いただくぜ。
Man, having level 3 recovery up helps so much. Oh wait, I want to ride the crab. Oh, I'm too late again. Fuck. I should just ride the crab. Whoa. Oh. My friend just giving away my contact number and details to some insurance agent he's been interested in. He's interested in the insurance and then he uses your contact number? What kind of backwards what kind of backwards heckin' what? I don't understand. Wait, my brain just shuts down a little bit now. That's wrong. And that's not just like small wrong, that's mega wrong. Help. Oh my god. That's mega wrong, man. Jeez. If people is interested in the insurance agent, then give your own number. Why give someone else's number? That is so terrible practice. What? Nice too. Even though I don't know what I did. Oh. Whoa, fuck. Oh. I don't know what I got. You guys can do it. I guess it doesn't work that way. Oh my god! Oh. What just happened? Did it not get stunned? Oh no! Ooh! Double running projectile. Oh my god, pain. Wake up. Damn, I actually forgot how cool Mango is. Like, Mango is not necessarily a dragon, but that's a cool monster. He's getting insurance for himself. Why is he using your number? That is just not meant to be rude. Dumb. But he also name dropped me and my phone number to the agent. Why the fuck? Again, not to be rude, but that's stupid. Right? There's no other way around. There's no other way around it. It's borderline doxing. It's borderline doxing, man. That shit's borderline doxing. Got him. Yeah. Make it up the boom. Everything's fine, don't worry about it. It's like a fireworks show. Nice too. Oh, even more nice too. I don't understand that move. Ooh. That looks like a new move. Woo! Woo! Everything's fine. Everything's not fine. Oh my god! Uh-huh. It makes a spirit case during the moment it expires. Yeah, I just feel like there's too much drawback with Harvest Moon. You know, limited space fights, and then now it has like makes your spirit gauge to 0 afterwards. That's just insane, man. That's too much. Okay, coming. A little bit late, but I'm still here now. Oh! Uses 2 bug, hard pass. That's a fair point. Why did I do that? That was stupid. Eee. Oh no, skill issue? What do you mean? Hey, where is it? Oh wait, that's kind of far away, isn't it? See if I can make it. Run! 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 At least get the tail! Where the fuck is the tail? They mean to kill it? It's okay, it's okay. Don't worry about it, don't worry about it. Run! Yeah! Go! Oh shit! I tried. I got the tail though. Oh! No fucking way. Don't worry about it, Leon. I got a Magna Glare Eye. I'm so happy. It's mine now. You didn't. We didn't break the face, and we got the fucking glare. I got the glare eye anyway. Easy. Easy. This is 2 bug. Trips and Q chance. Finally! The game sees my potential. The game sees that I'm actually trying my bestest. I did damage. I think. I didn't see. Switch X is great. When you get a chance to just wail on the monster, just do all sorts of combos on it. Yeah. That's Switch X for you. Oh yeah, let's play some Spin to Win, shall we? Did they change the Spin to Win? I hope not. I think Spin to Win was this one. It's Garen Golem? It's not a dragon. It's not dragon. Condensed Spinning Slash, and is this one Firefall? Counter peak performance? I think so. Air Dash? Yeah, Air Dash. Yeah, Air Dash is the one that I need. Wherever gauge recovery, speed, fast, that's all I need, baby. That's all I need. Let's get hard recovery in. And let's change a little bit of stuff here. Probably gonna need more Iron Shell. Why do I have shield and everything? Am I tank? And a Gobbler. Challenger. That's weird. This one gets Spirit Bird. Do I even need these shields and stuff? I'd rather get just Chain. Yeah, I get Chain. Level 1? Level 1 and... Get some dragon in, I guess. Why not? Do I even need satiated? Nah, I don't even need satiated. Just use my items. I have them. Dragon. Oh wait, I need one more defiance. Oh, oops. There. Level 1 dragon, good enough. Level 1 dragon. Guard up, redirection, dragon attack, constitution, offensive guard. That's good enough. It's been a while. I need to understand how to use spin to win again. Oh, no more ×2? I need Afflicted Azuros? Where? I don't even have Afflicted Azuros. Oh shit. There's no ×2. What do you mean there's no ×2? Oh, this one looks fun. 30-minute. Espinas and Celtic Gormagala. Oh yeah, baby! We got this, don't worry. I trust you guys. You guys too stonk. You guys too stonk. Not much I want to do, honestly. Oh, oh, this one looks so cool. Wait, let me forge a layer weapon. Oh yeah. Wait, God. Wait, God. Got na. Got one. Very, very stonk one. Hey, how you doing? Look at my tail. My tail big. What else do I have? Oh, I bought new sticker. I bought new sticker. I forgot I bought this 8 ringgit sticker. Oh my god. Edit shout out. No, not free chat. No, how do I set? All right, here we go. I cannot set what the sticker says. Sacrilege. Or maybe I just don't know how. Compiling shaders? Isn't that a little bit late? What do you mean compiling shaders? What's going on? Wait, what? Don't compile shaders now. I actually do, but I'm scared. All good, baby. Alright, 30 minutes. Chop chop, 30 minutes. We got 2 to kill. 30 minutes. Oh shit. Oh baby, 30 minutes. Oh shit. No damn, no damn. We need to be fast, we need to be fast. Drink all the mega demon drug. All the demon drug, all the might seed, eat all of them. Eat the fish, eat everything, yeah. Leon, Leon, no, we have no damn. Go, go, go. Wait, why are we playing, why are we all playing, wait, are we playing Charge Bleed? Excuse you, I was countering? I want a refund.
Counter.
I forgot to play. How the fuck do I play Charge Blade anymore? I need to charge up, right? There, charge this one up. And then I have to like... more. Charge it up. And then make it spinny spin. Okay, now we are charged. Eat, eat. Eat, eat. Let's go spin to win. Yeah, hyper armor, baby. Core. Oh, everything's good. Oh. Hyper armor doesn't win against that. It doesn't win against that. All right, do the spin, spin. Oh, help. Spin! Speed! 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 What? Hey man! I keep getting stunned. I'm good. Speed, speed. Speed, speed. Speed. Oh yeah, baby, the power of speed. It's so stonk. And then you have hyper armor on your way up. Stonk. Spin. Spin. Help. You missed. Yeah. Oh, not yeah. I got this. Don't worry about it. I'm so gonna die. Spin. I don't care. Let's go. Let's go, spin. Oh! Oh, mama! I should have healed. Oh no, 30 minutes! Oh god! Oh my goodness! Let me take off these. Skip. Okay, okay, alright. Skill issue. I get it, I get it. Yeah, yeah, alright. I don't even know spin. I don't even know spinach. Spinach? Oh shit. I'm coming. Spin to win. Spin. Oh, I don't need nuke damage. I just need to spin. Like I only need to spin. That's it. Like all my life has been just spin, right? It's good enough. Look at the spin though. Like, yeah, I think that the nuke everything. Hell yeah, man. But have you seen the spin? Have you seen the spin? By the way, help! All good, baby. Yeah, spin. I don't care. Spin. Yeah, spin. What? Oh my god. Dude, don't stop my spin. Spin. Yeah. Let's go, spin. Yeah. Come here. No, chief. Yeah, get spin. Ooh. Dude, spin is like easy mode. Oh, what is this? Whoa. Is this Guilin Guo? Sorry, that's Chinese. Nothing on nuke damage. The nuke is blunt damage. Well, I can sever the tail. They can beat the sheer RPM. Are you winning? Yeah. With the pure power of spin to win, I'm able to win. Also, hi Dan. How you doing? Welcome in. Don't. Oh my god, rude. Dude, my spin is doing some damage, I think. I don't know. Oh, it is doing some damage. Ugh. Yay. Here comes the blender. Oh, the okay, I have to be quick. I have to be quick. Boom! Get the bonk. Get the bonk. Good. Oh shit, I have one more. Spin! Yeah! Spin! Oh! Spin! Wham! Spin! Okay, I'll heal, I'll heal. Spin! I don't care. Yeah. Tell that to the spin. That's right, baby. Hyper armor. Yeah, spin. Oh! I'm stunned. Shmake me. Shmake me, please. No. Help! I need my spin back. Ooh. Oh, that's a little bit long. Spin! Oh, look who's down. Spin! Nothing avoids a spin. Yeah! What's going on? The limpy boy. Spin! Yeah, spin! What? The power of spin. I mean, it does not bad damage. Like as memey as this is, actually it actually does decent damage. You know, you have hyper armor on your way up. Make use of that shit. Although maybe I should have gone like steadfast to avoid getting stunned while doing the hyper armor. But I don't have enough gem slots for it. Glams. Can we capture Chaotic Gormagala? Yes, right? I mean, they failed the Ascension. Nice. I set my card faced. You just got blendered. Get the Espinas. Spin. Spin. Didn't ask plus L plus ratio. Get out of here. Oh. Bang. Thanks. Alright, I can just spin this one. I mean, as much as I want to just spin, I cannot. That's a lie! I'm gonna keep spinning! What? Yeah, baby! Get spin! Whee! I'll stay in here. Spin! Yeah! Let's go spin! What? Yeah! Spin! Yeah! Get spin! This is the power of meme. Oh, alright. More. Never enough. We need more spin. This is what it means to go even further beyond. Even further beyond. Hyper armor, that's so stupid. Oh shit, I don't have this though. Thanks, Doggo. Alright, let me charge that spin. Or not. Dude, spin good. Ooh, snake. I got snake. Have a friend, snake. Oh. Spin. Ooh, what? Actually, wait, I forgot to sharpen. Alright, real quick, for real, it's gonna be fast, don't worry about it. Hey, man! Oh. Alright, let me bang the wall real quick. Whee! Where you going? Where you going? Go back. I cannot control, sorry. Nice hoo! Holy shit! Spin! Nice. Welcome to the blender. Population U. You're gonna get grinded. Oh. I kinda am trying to get the tail, but like, you know, as much as I love spin to win, it's kinda hard to aim with the tail. Oh, nice. Don't worry about it, man. My spin is still here. Yeah. Can't stop, won't stop spinning. Oh. Oh. Oh no, Leon, what's going on? Did your connection die? Speed. Yeah, I think Leon connection is not as stable. It happens. It's like Malaysian connection. Narix, how would you rate my spin to win build? Boleh, yeah, Malaysia boleh, man. Holy shit. Malaysia boleh. On a scale of 1 to 10, how would you give my spin to win build that I never utilized before? Good spin bear? Oh shit. You know what? True. I could always spin better. Oh fuck! Oh fuck! Good. Spin. Yeah. Spin. Spin. No, Chief. Don't even try it. You're gonna get spinned. Oh, get spinned. You just got spinned. I never seen SPS do that. Do what? I didn't see it. What did SPS do? Annoyed by mosquito move. So many times in a single hunt. I mean, it is. There is truly a mosquito that keeps spinning around Espinos. I don't blame them. I don't blame him for doing that a lot. There's a particular someone that keeps, you know, being like an annoying mosquito around. It happens. Nice, good spin team, good spin. You need to hold down the charge the whole way, by the way, can release early. You mean the charge the spin up? Oh, okay. Let's save some time. Come back, Leon. I'll do a special sound. Oh, hi, Leon. What happened? Did your connection did a stinky? Maybe I could make a pure damage spin. Pure damage spin. Oh, not the internet? Oh, okay. Well, at least it's not the internet. I'm not gonna pray what happened, but hopefully, you know, hopefully everything is better. Or should I make Dragonheart? Or Element Exploit? Dragonheart level 5 is like... I need 5 level 4 slots and 5 Rice Gem. I only have 3. That's a little bit hard, maybe. Oh. Maybe not. Rendering issue. Skill issue. Go solo Crimson Valstrax more. Oh, you want me to solo it? Oh man, so easy. So easy. Oh yeah. Actually, I don't know if I can spin to win a Risen Valstrax, to be honest. It's like it's too much of a meme to do that. Nah, I don't think I can do that. It's too hard. Can I though? Unless I can. You fly swipe you so hard. Yeah, that's the thing. But you never know. I never need Guardian. Let's get Dragon Attack. Shield 4? Steadfast? Jumping? Steadfast? I'm fine-tuning. Redirection, Partbreaker, Burst, Defiance. Wait, Redirection 2 and Partbreaker? Is that even that good? There's gotta be something that's much better than that. Rapid Morph? Oh, Rapid Morph could be for Charge Blade as well, right? But I don't think I'm gonna need that a lot. Recovery speed Pierce up. Oh, it already has 2 recovery speed? 2 Wirebug Whisperer? Huh? One of the better current Soul Blade Charge Blade at the moment is the Chaotic. When so long as your build has Bloodlust, last warning, where your whole set gives you Blight Resistance 4. 4? Wait, how do you know that? How do I get 4 Blight Resistance? From the boots? So I need to change the boots, is that it? You open and get +1 more. But also lose your 1 wax. Wax? How is this red 10, by the way? Wait, how is this red 10? That's so stupid. Oh, Witness Exploit. Oh, okay, let me change it then. How is this bitch red 10? 1 attack boost, 1 good luck, nothing else. Oh my god. Item Prolonger, Quick Sheath, Handicraft, Wirebat Whisperer. I think Handicraft, Wirebat Whisperer is from the gems. Yeah. Quick Sheath, Dragon Attack. Oh wait, this one can get like 5 Dragon Attack immediately. Along with level 3 Quick Sheath. I'll get this one. So I can get this. Right? And then I don't need... Is that 5 Dragon Attacks? Oh, I only have 3? Then I can change this one to... where do I want again? There. And then get this one. Get the chain back. Perfect. I have one more. Handicraft. Critical element? Attack boost? Yeah. I think you see my augmentation, Wait, let me change the boots, right? The boots. 1 blight resistance, 1 constitution. Oh, it becomes no weakness exploit. Oh. But this one looks really good though. I'm just gonna spam like the normal. Oh, bug. Whoa, no. At least give me skills. Dragon resistance. Focus wide range. I can support. I can go full support. Nah. I just now realized the talisman of the thing in this game. Almost 100 hours in. Oh shit. Yo, 100 hours? Let's go. Why do you keep getting rid of my weakness exploit, you bitch? Oh. Yo, Divine Blessing though? Oh my god. Divine Blessing? I'm taking this one. But let me see if I can get something better. Punishing draw? Attack boost. It removes my attack boost. Holy shit. This augment, I swear to god. Okay. Embolden. Wait, Embolden is good, right? When targeted by a monster, that monster becomes more likely to become enraged, but your own defense is increased. Oh shit! Oh, I'm taking this one. Fuck yeah. Embiggen! Okay, that's good enough. No more, Oh, there it is. It's still level 3. Hi, Crip. Oh my god. Alright, I'm still gonna try my spin, alright? I missed my Velcana. Inspector? Oh, you want me to inspect your equipment? Playlist. Narix. View equipment info. How do you augment that much? Bloodlust? On the Silver Soul helmet? Oh, no critical element though. What's a powder mantle? Continuously attacking a large muscle will cause powder to form around you. The color and effects of the powder will change over time. What? Then Insect Glyph is just redundant, isn't it? Nice build. Windows exploit, critical draw. Oh. Mail of Hellfire. Hellfire. Wind Mantle. Using Silkbind attack boosts wipeout gauge recovery. Lightning continuous attack increase the effect. Wears off when you sheath your weapon. Oh. Oh, is this for Longsword? And then you can play like a base Master Rise again? You know, with like the EI counter, EI slash, and then do the Helm Breaker. Just spam that shit, maybe? Similar? Yeah, I think they're trying to bring it back, but not so easy. Oh, this is a Frost Crush set. But you're not wearing like full Reinguard armor. I thought wearing the whole Reinguard armor is gonna like upgrade a little bit of Frostcraft. Receive gift card? What? Gift card? Oh. Receive. Confirm acceptance. Oh, can I send? Send. Send with photo? Yeah. Make technical for the recipient to receive. What kind of photo? What kind of photo am I sending? What kind of photo am I sending? Please not discard until complete. What do you mean? Yeah, I'm gonna go get more AR quests. You just need chest glove coil. Oh shit. No photo? Okay, good enough. Toss in the hoop, toss what? The first craft points are from there. Oh. Oh my god, that's cursed. Are those all jaw? There's no ×2. I don't have Azuros. Which one can I simp at? Like, which one is very simple? I don't know. Maybe I should find something that's easier? Do you guys want to fight a crab? One single crab? Well, shell, carapace. I don't know which one I need, honestly. Nah, maybe I should just do like the highest level quest. What's the highest level? Highest level 97? 97? Yeah, it feels like it's 97 is the highest. Sure, let's do it. A what? A what? I don't know. A very simple quest, I think. I got Joe for dinner. Oh, nice. Okay. Have good dinner, Narix. Thanks for helping. It's okay, I still have the power of Leon. Leon's power. Wait, let me change to... Oh yeah. Bye, Narix. Oh shit. Nice picture. Do people see picture like this, or do they see Malzino's armor? 30 minutes. I think it's 30 minutes, this one. Yeah, 30 minutes. Let's see, as for how you took it, so... Which is a memory draw. So they see the actual Malzino picture? Damn, that's pretty good. And then people just like, how the fuck do you get that armor? It's like, heh. I was the maximum backer on Kickstarter right before Monster Hunter Rise was developed. Did you know that Monster Hunter Rise had a big Kickstarter event and they just missed? Now I just got this Malzino armor and you don't. Huh. I couldn't believe it. Imagine saying that, it's like, and then people are like, "Oh, where's the Kickstarter?" It's like, Oh, Leon is using hunting horn? Oh my god. I don't know how Amudron attacks. I have no idea how Amudron works. I entirely forgot. Oh, you're right. Holy shit. Spin. Oh! Waiting for people to extract the Velkan and put in the skin actually. Money to some of the monster. That would be great, honestly. Nope. Hyper armor, baby. Embolden! Mega Biggin! Speed! Speed! Get that tail! Huh. Ooh. Oh, so when I have the aggro, I just get emboldened? That's pretty cool. Spin to win. Nope. Oh, okay, yes. Oh. I'll go bang the wall. Wee. Alright, that's the bangage. Speed. Oh, hit. Oh my god, I should heal. I should totally heal. Oh yeah, spin. Thanks, Leon. Dude, I'm not losing any sharpness. Crazy. Oh. Where did it go? That took a while. Spin! I feel beefy thanks to you, my broski. Why did I say that? Why did I type that one out? I don't understand. Oh, that's the deal. Yeah, spin! Oh! All set. No way, man. Hyper armor, baby. Get out of here. What? Oh, bug. Everything's fine. Don't worry about it. Oh, you're gonna get it. What? Speed. Speed. Nope. Speed. Oh yes, spin. Mega spin. Oh, we can capture it. I'm gonna. Hi. How are you doing? Good job, easy. No problem. Oh my god, spin. Oh yeah, I should drink this. Do you know we can throw barrel down? Wait, so you can do the same? I mean, you can. Oh, you can do that with barrel bombs as well? Because I always do that with. Oh, nice! Is it like large barrel bomb or just barrel bomb? Because if it's large barrel bomb, that's kind of hard. No fucking way! Oh shit! I know. I'm bringing all artillery at this point. Every round, bring like 10 large barrel bombs and just like. Boom the shit out of them. I need to try this. Oh, you totally should. It's honestly like an easier way to play this game, honestly. It's fun to do it too. All you need to do is just set up the spin, that's it. Here comes the spin! Hyper armor, baby! I don't care! Oh! Oh yeah! Get spinned! Wham! Mega spin! Wait, is that a seeding Beetlejuice? Oh. I'm fine, don't worry about it. Bean. Oh. Don't worry about it. Oh, nice. No, I don't care. No thoughts, head empty. Spin. Yo. Hey, I'm gonna go find Gormagala because I have like the golden one, so let's go to Gormagala, alright? I have the golden bug. I want to get extra items. Oh yeah, explosion! Yeah! 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 Bong!
贈り物だ決まったぜ見たぞお前の魂言うこと聞きな
Let's go! Here! Bang! Bang! Easy. Another one, another one. Here! 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 Nice hoo! Oh, that feels good. There's so many items. So many items on the ground. I'm coming! Speed! Nope, hyper armor. Also earplugs. What are you aiming at? That's a new move I haven't seen before. Hyper armor! Yeah, speed! Oh shit. Woohoo! Well, that was a little bit spicy. The power of speed! What? Help. Everything's fine, don't worry about it. Blender! Oh god. Don't worry about it. Nothing happened. What? No, why are you so far away, Beetlejuice? Leon, you try, you try. Dude, I want to try that. Shit, I need to bring my bomb. Nope. Hyper armor, baby. Oh yeah, it feels good, doesn't it? Nope. Wow. I'm on the ground, baby. Speed! What? Such a bad idea. Oh! Okay, wait a minute. Why is that roar? Why is that roar like halfway?
頼むぜ
Oh, it's been only about 15 minutes? Damn, we're fast! Spin! Yeet. Another one! Hey! Oh, what? Spin! To win! Yeah! Oh, fuck. Uh-huh. Nope! Hyper armor is so stupid! For a move that I can spam? Oh. I'm sorry. I should have said anything. Oh, hi Hinomancy. Welcome in. Oh my god. Oh mama. What? Okay, I'm memeing a little bit too much. Too much meme. Hey, oh. Let's go. Let's go. Spin OP. I didn't cut the tail down, no? Ooh, my first dire blood? Let me go get the bombs real quick. Bomb, 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 bomb. Where the bomb? Mega? Only 2? Okay, how about this one? 3? Okay, fine. Oh no, Leon left. Where's my bomb? Throw it! Okay, fine. I know what to bring. I know what to bring. I did bring BAMs. Oh! Almudron Mantle? Today the game is being super nice to me, not gonna lie. I got a crystal today. Didn't get a red dragon's fire though. But I got a lot of rare materials. It feels good, man. Leon, you wanna fight Risen Crimson Valstrax and help me get those rice gems? Alright, let's do it. Should I try spin against Valstrax? I don't know if it's a good idea. Maybe not, maybe not. Let's play a proper let's play a proper play style, if I may say so myself. Alright. Let's do there. Let's use this one. Are we gonna update my equipment loadouts now? Still prefer shield charge, I think. Shield takeover is like number 1. Oh, that's what Anchor Rage does? Oh! Say trusting forward, you see the confuse your target and unleash a wave of strikes. And by a wave of strikes, there's 2 pokes. When the grenade is launched, the hunter can leap in close to the target with a close jump. In similar construction while guarding is reduced. Oh, that's pretty good. Okay. I'm gonna go take the quest too. Oh! Anomaly research level 101? Nice! That's like 10 levels today. Did I eat? I did, okay. Let's go! We're gonna win! Risen Crimson Valstrax, easy. Right, don't worry about it. This one, easy. Wow. We take 2 sets? I'll take 2 sets. Fabric Kobo. Okay, okay. We go bolt, huh? Yeah, Alright, yeah, okay. Got the kobold, the pun. I can't. I have the insta block is just like a spinny spin. Get some bird buff. Get swole. Hi again, Roxas. Gonna get swole. What? Why would you do that? Help. What's that emo? Is that Sleepy? Oh, it's her. Sorry, the screen's very small, alright? That's why sometimes I miss some chat. Let me just get a few more bird buff. I think that's everything. Boom! Oh shit! That's so cool. Just a few more. Yeet. Yeet. That did some damage. Yeet. Okay, that's all the bombs I have. Oh my god, I almost died. Yike! Okay, I actually almost died. Oval? I threw all the bombs. I feel good. Oh my god. That's so hard to time. Oh wow, nice. Oh my god, wow! All good, all good. No fear, no fear. I'm gonna get scolded for not aiming for the chest. Oh my god, fuck. All good. Oh shit. Huh. Oh. I should try to get the tail at least. Oh, I pressed 120 times. Oh no! No, Leon! Have delayed a little bit. Yeet! I see a damage cap is really jungled. I mean, yeah, I did 24%. I'm trying. Yeah, it's like my lens is really just play safe. No damage output, but also hard to die, I guess. The I don't want to die build. A little bit too quick. Yee! Yay! Everything's fine, don't worry about it. Why am I doing this? Oh! Oh my god! Shit, figured. Yoink. Jump! Jump! Help! I'm stuck! Oh fuck! I'm stuck. Jump! Whoa, Leon's so strong. Oh, blue hair is good. Oh yeah, I have Mud Beetle. Airborne. Yeah. That's kind of cool. That's not cool. What? Oh. It. I need to at least get the tail. Oh, chip. It's fine. Eat fish. Whoa, nice. On the hit. Yeah. What just happened? Nice. Too early. Hey, got him. What? It's fine, don't worry. Hey, got him! Holy shit! It's fine, don't worry. Use all the BAMs. Oh, I stunned them. Let's go. Use all the BAMs you need. It's fine. That felt good. Even though I'm pretty sure I didn't do anything there. Cluster boom. I'm going in. Oh, I'm okay. Don't worry about it. Oh shit! I'm fine. It's not aiming for me. Woohoo! Nope, I'm staying on the ground, bitch. I'm waking up. That's a lie. Try me! Oh! I almost died. Oh. Wow! Drink! Yeah, too high up. Step! Fuck! One more step. Nice. Counter. A very faint counter can be heard. jump! Oh shit! Stab! I got greedy. Whoa! I win by dying! Oh, thanks, Leon. Holy shit. I'm just here. I'm just here being a red nose. I don't even know what I'm doing. I'm just stabbing. Red Dragon's Fire, maybe? Like a maybe? A maybe. God fucking damn it. Hi, Pinky. Welcome, Rubik. Leon is also OP. We should try Lance versus Risen Kirsch. It's fun, hell yeah. Doing all those insta blocks. Oh yeah, 2? Oh, the game's being so nice to me. Oh my god. Insta block his multi-hit air bombs. I still don't know how to do that. Like I can hardly insta block all the little combos that he has. Or even the Shoryuken. I cannot even insta block that one. But man, it's gonna feel so good if I do that. Oh. Look at all the boobs. Why not, right? Yeah, that's 5 of them. Oh, I'm gonna go open up the lights real quick. It's getting dark. Moisturization? Yeah. Now I was thinking today today I do Masan Rise. Tomorrow I'm gonna do Valheim. Oh my god. I wanna play Valheim tomorrow. I'm gonna do something sacrilegious. How do you play heavy bowgun again? Like the basics of basic shit. What can I do with heavy bowgun? How about I ask this? If I want to play Pierce ammo, which weapon should I use? Hi Lex. Oh wait, there's Lex and Lex. I should say hi Cairo. Should change the words. The most basic, you point and shoot. True. Elemental Pierce. Elemental Pierce. So you need to make accordingly. Oh fuck, no. How about in terms of weapon, which one should I use? Like just the weapon. Oh, how about shotgun? Can I play shotgun? Is there shotgun build? Oh my god, what do all this means? Holy shit. What the fuck? You want pew pew fast or pew pew bit slow but bonkard? Oh, I want pew pew fast. Is it possible to pew pew fast? You know, if possible, I can get like kind of thing. You know, pew pew fast is like bowgun, but heavy bowgun is Mizu. No, okay. Guess I have to go pew pew slow but bonkard then. That's a double barrel shotgun. Me surprising like fast given your history with spread bows. I mean, bows are just average. I think the shooting speed of every bow is the same, but the way they shoot the arrows is different. Whoa, this way shoots the wing. Okay, let me see which one looks good. But then I'm gonna use Mizu anyway. What should I look for? I should look for... Oh. What can make this? Magna Devil Conduit. Oh, how about... I think I should look for spread ammo. Yeah, like this one. Look at that. Spread 1, 2, 3. Should I just make this one? Oh, I don't have a good shell. Fuck. I should look for just spread ammo and I just like bang, bang, bang in on their face. Moving shot probably. What's a moving shot? Like, you have to bear with me here. I have zero knowledge on heavy bowgun. Lowest possible recoil. Like I seriously have zero knowledge on heavy bowgun. Like what even is going on with heavy bowgun? Grand Reversal Barrage Plus. Grand Reversal Barrage Grand. Oh. Tetranodon. Ooh. Well, I can make the +1, but... I can make until this one. Oh, that's a lie, I cannot. Plus or bust? Oh shit, that big? Well, that's a bust then. Then I'm just gonna look for like spread ammo. What does this icon mean? What does this reload? I can reload fast. This one, oh, is this moving shot? The gray one should be moving shot. Then this one is like what? I can, yeah, feet is moving shot. Okay. Green, I can reload faster. Oh, moving reload. Oh, okay. Sprint 1, 2. Okay, let me look through this one again. Spread 1, 2, 3 maybe? Oh, this one is spread 1, 2, 3, but I cannot make it. Fuck. Spread 1, 2, 3. Spread 1. Red up is one shot and reload. Is there any red up? Oh, there's a blue up. A blue down. That's a down. Spread 2, 3. Yeah, this blue down. Spread 1, 2. Spread 1, 2, 3. Need more Volcana Crystal. I know, right? I need more Volcana Crystal. Heavy bow gun, just look at XX3. Oh, you mean like what ammo 3? I don't need 1, 2? But what if I run out of bullet? I mean, I'll run out of bullet, right? You can either try sprint or shrapnel. Shrapnel? And number tied to that ammo, higher means number of shots before reloading. Oh, okay. This one has spread 1, 2, 3, and 1 shrapnel 2. You know, bullets, then craft. I have to craft on the spot? Oh, God. Oh, no. Oh, shit. 1, 3, 1, 3. Ghoulish Gold Gorer? Oh, wait, that's Furious Raja. Slap on Mozino light bowgun, easy game. How about Mozino heavy bowgun? This one looks good. It's all moving shot. Oh, I cannot reload while moving though. Shrapnel? I don't know what shrapnel does. Can I make a Rajang weapon? Oh. Oh shit, it might be possible. This one looks like a day one. Okay, spread 1, 2, shrapnel 1, 2, 3. Yeah, let's make this one. Why not? This is day one. Oh, I'm so good! I have a weapon, let's go! Shrapnel is scattershot. Isn't scattershot just shotgun? Is it not the same? Oh no, this is so sacrilegious. I don't know what I'm doing. Sure. But at least I can use Mizu. Yeah. Which armor should I use? A full set? If it's a full set, which one do you? I'm gonna go look at the skills real quick. Just gonna like look through the things. Ammo up? Maybe not this low. Let's looking from here. Spare shot? Ooh. Burst? Oh, burst will be good. Since I'm shooting like multiple shots. I mean, each shot costs like 10,000 damage times. Oh no, I cannot make this. Ammo up? Ooh. Lucinaga? Oh, I don't have that. Sneak attack, agitator, critical boost, event window, spread. Spread up though. Oh, hey. I cannot make it though. It's okay. I don't need constitution, right? Because I'm using bow. Oh, razor sharp, spare shot, furious. Infinite stamina extended. What? Plus defense. Oh wait. Oh, I'm so not making this one. Ammo not super important. Oh, is it not? Shot type up, recoil down, reload speed. These all more important. Okay, shot type up. I'm probably gonna get spread up. Okay, spread up. And then recoil down? Holy shit, there's so many skills for a heavy bowgun. Artillery? Reduce vibrant fire cooldown. Strength explosive attacks like shells, vibrant fire, charge blade, fire attacks, and sticky ammo. Oh, okay. Nothing has to do with heavy bowgun. So spare shot is not very important then. So yeah, let me look through this a little bit. Ballistics? Extend the range in which ammo have and arrows have maximum power. Extends range though. Ooh. It's not as good, I think. Normal rapid up? Oh. Bowgun is skills everywhere. This is on top of the usual 1 mail of Hellfire, 4 attack boost, 3 crit boost, 3 weakness exploit. I'm just gonna go for like the basic bitch. Oh, is there any more like spread out armor? If I have a spread out armor, I'll use that one. Rapid fire up. Oh. If you're playing shield heavy bowgun, you probably need guard also. What? The shield? How do I shield? Guard up, artillery, load shells. Oh, this is for... Oh, this is totally for tongqiang, what do you call them again? Gunlands. It's how I survive Valstraxes now. You have a shield on your heavy bow gun. Oh! Oh, this one is like speed eating, free meal, good luck, wide range, recovery. the true I don't want to die build. Oh, spread up. Oh, reload speed. Oh, whoa. Tune up. Increase the stats of custom mods attached to bowguns. Also increases stats of long barrel and power barrel if neither equip reload speed +1 and steadiness +1. Huh? Increase stats of silencer and shield? How do I get shield? Anyway, this is the armor, I guess. Alright, we got the armor. So I have Constitution, Stamina Surge, Spread Up, Reload Speed, Spare Shot. Let's finish that Spare Shot then. Drift. What else we need? Tune Up, Redirection, Offensive Guard? Oh, I think it's this one. Let me look for talismans real quick. Oh, Recoil Down! Oh shit, I think I need this one. I don't have Recoil Down, right? Yeah, ooh, dude, I'm so good. What else again? Let me check the previous statement. Shot type up, okay. Recoil down, just got one. Need one more. Reload speed. Reload speed? Let's reload speed. Oh, quick load. Ah, okay, quick load. Oh, I already have reload speed? Oh, I have, okay. Then... Oh, that's all, okay. And then there's like Metal Hellfire, don't know what it is. Attack boost. 3 crit boost, weakness exploit. I mean, I don't have any of those, but I can put one, I guess. Level 1 slots. Bowmaster here, happy to answer questions. Oh man, if only If only it's bowgun. No, I never played bowgun in my entire life, so I don't know what's going on. Hi, McFarlane. Constitution and stamina surge not needed, but the constitution and stamina surge is from the Greaves. OG is nice if you play with shield, but it's very late in space. It's a big stream tomorrow. Space must head to bed. Okay, Space Gear. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate. Go get some good rest. How about level 1? Imagine if I get diversion. Change boot? What? Why? I don't want to change boot. Why I want change boot? I want a full set. Okay, let's change boot lah. Got what good boot? Is this good boot? Razor sharp, spare shot, thunder attack? Spare shot though. Ooh. Wait, I already have spare shot. Oh, okay, fine. The Velcana boot. Good boot. Dude, this is so sacrilegious for me. I never tried a mixed armor. Defiance? Peak performance recovery up? Ooh, hey. Berserk, Bloodlust? Bloodlust? Oh wait, that's the Celtic Gore. Ice attack, crit element, element exploit. Oh, this is the Velcana one. Crit boost, stun resistance, attack boost, spread up. I already have maximum spread up now. Ice attack, so what do I use? Ice? There's no ice element on my bowgun, right? Also, good night, Space Gear. I play bowgun a lot. Ooh. I know. I know. I still remember the first time we played together, and you're just like getting bullied, but now you're like God. You know, I get the critical element. It's a dumb step for you to augment away if anything. Oh. Wait, actually ice attack, critical element and element exploit? How is that good? I'll draw aggro, you do damage. Oh, fuck, please don't rely on me when I'm using heavy bowgun. It's good if you're using ice heavy bowgun. Well, I'm not. Alright, let me change. Maybe this? Oh, this? Hey, yo, Defiance level 3 though? I might need some, like, skills to keep me alive. Yeah, why not? Why not? Okay. I have spread out 3 reload speed, 2 Defiance. Okay, 2 Defiance so that I don't muddy. Constitution? I don't need that. Recoil down? What's recoil down? Level 1? Recovery up 1 more. Oh god. Nice roll, please. I'm gonna die. Okay, I need 2 tenderizer, 2 crit boost. This is gonna take 10 years. Requires interval between shots. What's their level decorations? 1, 2, 3, 4? What do I want again? Oh, level 2, okay. 2 chain? Oh, I can just get chain. Wait, let me get chain real quick. See? Oh, level 4 for 3 points if I remember correctly. Level 4 recoil down, isn't it? What heavy bowgun say he built around? Spread! I want to shoot I want to shoot a lot of ammo outside. Like biggity bang, a lot of numbers. I mean that's what I want anyway. Okay, let's make level 3. What's a good level 3? His first 10 hours in the X-Key. I never touch any bow guns at all, alright? I have no idea. A spread then spare shot 3 is good since you're not aiming for element. Yeah. Okay, let me look for like level 3. Decoration level. Pollution Pro, I don't think I need that. Resurrection, Breath, Heart Bolt. Fate? Fate is good. Oh yeah, Hurl dear. Still need to get used to that. Capacity? Yeah, I know. Since we met like a long time ago, I get it. Don't worry. Capacity 3? Expand clip size for some ammo type? For most ammo type? It's not all? Oh my god, I don't know what level 3 to use. How about we just put in like level 2? How about that? Embolden! Get Hard Friendship so good. Oh hell yeah, baby. I'm gonna support you so hard. I'm gonna support you so hard you won't even understand what's going on. Hell yeah. Oh, I get 42. Then I go Mati twice and I'm gonna win. Big boy damage. Sticky cluster? I asked because Rajang Cyclone is good for sticky. Well, I want to get the Grand Blaster, whatever, but I just cannot make it. So I go for this one because it has a lot of spreads and shrapnel. Save as 1 for slot for red 2. What's a red 2? Oh, do I need jumping? No, right? Destroyer? No. Oh, Buck. Where's the... Ah, Tenderizer. Okay, 2 Tenderizer. I cannot make this. Oh my god. Redirection is something about switch skill swap, isn't it? Just a master attacks to reduce damage and negate damage reactions. Nullifies incoming damage and automatically perform a swap evade backwards which recover whereabout gauge. Oh shit. Oh my god. Mina understands the shielding is a buffer for when things go wrong at cost of the DPS of some skills. Maybe. I-frame the start of SSS, huh? Okay, wait a minute. My brain is like burning right now. Reduction also counter fire. I mean, I can get 2 of these. I have like these 2 level 3 slots here. No. 1 more level 3 still. Check your ammo. How do I check my ammo? Here? This one? Normal. See, I have spread 1, 2 and shrapnel 1, 2, 3. I think that's pretty good. Ammo detail. Ammo detail. What if I got myself into? Recoil low, reload fastest? That's good, right? It's all low and fastest. Single fire auto reload. For rapid fire? Rapid fire? That's not a single rapid fire. Bowgun really is set builder Sunbreak. This is the only time I'm gonna play Bowgun. Never again. I'll do it for Hekken Mizu, okay? Heavy Bowgun, no rapid fire? Oh, okay. Oh, rapid fire is only for light Bowgun. Can I just be stupid and get good luck instead? Can I just do this and I'm gonna get scolded like 10 times over? People are gonna kill me. It's like, wait, yeah, good luck. Fuck. Oh, how about one more big performance? Oh wait, recoil down need one more? Recoil down is level 1, right? Level 1, level 1. Not there. One more. By the time you spend something, I would improve your hand comfort. Huh. I mean, my hand comfort is spin to win, I guess. Okay, set the creations. Maybe just sacrifice Defiance then. Get Absorber. Spare shot. Okay. Recoil down. God. Fast reload. God. Reload capacity. That's ammo out, right? And then spare shot. I have 3 of them, but not capacity. Capacity up is 2 or 3? Yeah, here. Oh, it's all level 3 though. Depends on the gun. Let's make 3 of these then. How about if I don't get redirection? Let's try not redirection and get ammo up. I'll just try that because I don't know what I'm doing. As you're looking to fire specific ammo only? Fire? Wait, but spread? Hard friendship? Oh, what if I get gun up? How do I add shield? Or do I already have shield? I just don't know. Customize bowgun. Oh! Oh! Oh, power barrel though. Oh, power barrel damage though. I mean, Leon's gonna get aggro, isn't it? Leon's gonna get aggro. Yeah! Power barrel, baby! Okay, we don't need shield then. Okay, let me check level 4 again. Now this is the most thinking I've ever done in my entire life. Maximum might. Power barrel from Mizu is water gun. Shield is bubbles around the head. Oh! What mob you guys want hunt? I don't know. Maybe I'm gonna go for a Risen Crimson Frog. Nope. I'm gonna go for maybe a anomaly hunt. Most likely. What's with this? Oh, sticky ammo? Weapon fire? Explosive attacks like shells. Okay, I don't think this one is mine. Increase the power of bowgun, special ammo, and dragon piercer. Oh, is this good? I think that's pretty good. Steadiness. Is this deviation? Wait, huh? Good for material. Wait, do I have deviation? That's needed also? Okay. Well, that's settled. I got my beard. I'm stonk now. I'm very stonk. I'm gonna win this game easy. I'm gonna one-shot every single monster in the entire universe! Wait. Auto sword. What kind of bullets should I get? All bullets possible? This? Spread? No, tree? Shrapnel? Sticky? Cluster? Wyvern ammo? Trank? I don't need... Can I trank Leon? I shouldn't have asked that. Then if you have Dango also... Oh my god, really? The for ammo power, 2 different Dango. Kobo claim. Butt bolt, thanks Spot, you bitch. Trying me. Oh shit. That's a heavy bowgun mindset. Shit out DPS. Hell yeah, man. Wait, I'm gonna get tranked. What do you mean? I don't wanna wanna die? No, man. No bully bold. Okay, this is the I hate this. Okay. 3 skills. Melee attack. Yep. Mech Wyvern Snipe. Healing Wyvern Snipe. Fires a specialized shot different depending on the weapon. Manage based on gauge. Replenish over time. Okay. Regular Wyvern Hunt and Wyvern Snipe shall inflict less damage but hits replenish the hunter's health. Oh, no. Shot? Crouching shot? A style of showing that utilizes a special stance to reduce recoil in exchange for not being able to move. You're able to fire in rapid succession. The longer you fire, the shorter the firing interval becomes, but there's an overheating your bowgun. If your bowgun overheats, it can't be fired until it has cooled down. Oh! Counter shot. Using warrior bugs, attack a monster without taking any damage, followed with powerful counter attack. Oh, $2 though. Counter charger. Also attack with monster without taking any damage will shorten the amount of time needed for charge shot, while also accelerating gauge recovery and cutting overheat time with crouching shots. Rising moon. Don't worry about rising setting sun yet. Oh shit. Learn gun before switch skill. Okay. This one I get counter shot no. And then free supine glide. I don't care about rising sun and setting sun first no. I think it's why about Puyu. Okay. Okay. That's the build I'm going for. EG. Okay, all the bullets are here. Let's go, Leon. Okay. Increase damage by kunai small mirror bombs and most of this effect. Oh. You can't do your mobile. You have no power here. Short period of time of eating. Cannot make up for it. Reducing sharpness loss when shelling or not consuming sticky weapon ammo. Huh. Start a prediction. Oh shit! What predict you won? In case of power shots and arrows. Oh, hey, it's this one. Prevents your stamina cap from decreasing. Look at that. Withdraw card in the first 10 minutes. Bitch. I'll do it. Well, I'm not gonna fade. I'm not gonna card. No way. I'm too good at this game. Okay, these are all resistance. Moxie. Make it easier to spirit approach you. Amount of damage moderately reduce. Body growth. Rare crafted creatures more later appear. During shift dashes in wall run, increase amount of recover damage when taking damage. Oh god. Look at temper and booster. Temper is the other one. What is temper and booster? Last one. What is temper and booster? What do you mean temper and booster? What is temper and booster? Extending time on red gauge during a mid-air stop increases current damage. Dango temper? Oh, okay. Dango temper. Dango temper. Mana to? Kenapa tak ada itu Dango temper and booster? Dango cool bean explosion, leg day, spot luck, lava hot egg, sub-zero, beautiful, body streak, careless caramel, hide and seek. I'm not seeing Dango. Where's the Dango booster? Huh? I'm not. Did I not unlock that? Look at Bean Explosion. Bean Explosion. Oh, Bean Explosion. Oh, the name from the left side. Ah, I don't. Hey, the fuck. A booster. I found it. After eating or mint eater. What do you? It's a name for the left side. What do you mean? And then actual names to be on. Okay, fair. What do you mean legit skill issue? Bug. Moxie is Magna Crisp. Register to set 6. Yeah. Order. Oh shit, I didn't get all the skills. Oh. Leon is like, fuck this, I'm... Leon, come back! I know I sook, but not like this. Don't worry, man, I got this. Okay, do I have like... Go for something simple? What is simple? Whoa, silver rattle loss? 30 minutes? 30 minutes? Maybe an Espinas? I cannot fight three monsters. I will die. What do we need? Daimyo Hermitor. Daimyo Hermitor. Do you have ×2? There's no ×2? Okay, I guess there's no ×2. Oh, there's Daimyo Hermitor. Oh, I did level 2 low? Oh, 51 or higher. Okay lah. Okay, no wonder lah. Okay, let me choose something that's like quite easy. Because Leon is not here anymore. This one is possible. Faint 4 times, will hit 0. Hold on. Oh, hi. What's going on? Something happened. I can faint 4 times on this quest, and there's like 50 minutes. This one looks like the winner. This one looks like the winner. Game crashed. Oh shit. It's okay. I wait for you. Oh, I already have the Mizu skin. There it is. I have Mizu skin. Cursed. Cursed. Post sets. Look at what the gun. God, why is Mizu? Why is Mizu fucking heavy bow gun? I hate it. Once you eat one fireball and die, most likely, yeah. I'm pretty sure it's gonna happen. Are we gonna get like spread up? Leo's here, yeah, we win. Don't do that. I think I don't need to change this. Is crouching shot a good idea? I cannot move though. Nah, I got this. Trust me, Leon. Trust me, Leon. I got this, 100%. I'm gonna one-shot because I have spread out level 3. I'm gonna one-shot the Rathalos and it's gonna go down. Easy. No problem. Okay, how do you play bowgun? Oh fuck. I think it's just like bow, maybe? Ooh. Oh, it's overheat. Did I change ammo? So this is what I do? Just shoot? Oh my fuck, what is this? Oh my god, it takes 10 years to roll? I'm so gonna die. What is this? Reload? No, let's not reload. Apart reload. Triangle? Oh, okay, triangle's reload. Oh, wait. Change ammo. Spread. Cluster bomb? Oh, is the cluster bomb... Though it's very strong because it's very far. Is it far? Oh, it actually is quite far. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's very slow on recovery. I'm so gonna die. I don't dodge, I block. Okay. If you use evade window, it makes it really useful. Or evade extender. I feel like evade extender, I can just roll from here to that little hole over there. Level 3 evade extender. That was like insane. Yo, should have done that. Trust me, Leon. Let's go. We got these. We'll be half lurking, got into team building mindset again. Alright. Good luck team building. Throwing with heavy bowgun takes a bit of a learning. Oh yeah, I'm so gonna die. Just use your susu swap. Oh yeah, I have that. Okay, let me practice susu swap. Alright, susu swap. Susu swap. Okay, we got susu swap. All good. Where's Rathalos? Oh shit, Rathalos is there. Okay. Command box for that easier. What's a command box? What's a command box? Blue box? Blue box? Here comes shrapnel. Here I go, baby. Huh. Yeah. Get shot. Yeah. Oh! Wait a minute, that's a little bit painful. It's not even a fireball. It's not even a damn fireball. It's just a fucking tail swipe. I almost died. You did. Alright, fair enough. You did. You did. You did. You totally did. Alright. I brought this for myself. Don't worry about it. Dude, I will not get hit by fireball. Don't worry. Fireball doesn't exist. Alright? Don't worry about it. How do I craft ammo? We're gonna card fast. Well, very loud. Oh, what's very loud? Sorry? I can adjust the volume if it's too loud. What's this? Whoa! What is this? Whoa! Whoa! I thought that's just it. Oh, this one is shooting slower? Oh god, I'm dead. Help. Eee! Oh! Rolling! Rolling! It's so fucking painful. Drink. Don't touch me. No touchy. What's the counter again? Is it Y or B? Oh, I survived. Let's go. Easy. Wow, thank you. Whoa, mama. That's a little bit pain. Yeah. Oh. Dude, I'm the best. You cannot kill me. I'm going in. Oh shit. I love how I'm not doing any damage at all. Even though it took me like 10 years to build this one build. Yeah, enjoying this? I'm glad. Jungle div? Don't worry, I got this. Have I ever told you guys that I've been secretly playing heavy bowgun? I'm actually a heavy bowgun main. I should stop saying this. Whoa. Oh shit. Oh, that's a lot of damage. Good job, Doggo. I have golden bug. Get him! Oh! Get him! You missed! Oh my god! Yeet! I don't know how you're missing. Alright, you got this. Here comes my gun. Yeah. That's right. Yeah. Oh shit. You're gonna get shot. Yeah. Oh, get stunned. Easy. Oh shit, I cannot move. I cannot move where I shoot. I'm dead. That's stupid. The overheat. That didn't happen. That was not a fireball. Don't worry about it. Yeah, that was not a fireball. Don't worry about it. That didn't happen. Yeah, let me get more bullets. Here. Oh, I should use spread. I have spread up. What am I doing? Yeah, I have spread up. I should be using spread. Yeah, let me drink this. Let me get some drugs for good measure. Don't do drugs. I do not condone doing drugs, alright? It's all for joke purposes. It's a joke. This one? Why is Nango Booster 0? Then I should get this one. Marksman. Increase the power of shots and arrows. Yeah, I can get this one. I'm coming, Leon. Yeah, let's use spread too. Here comes a spread ammo. Roll. Wee. 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 Somehow spread is not doing a lot more damage than shrapnel. Shrapnel is much better. I'll use shrapnel. Because it is past 10 minutes into the hunt. Booster only lasts 10 minutes. 8 for level 4 booster. Oh. I should utilize the counter. Okay, are you counter? Oh, this one is extra dodge. Are you counter? Oh, okay, counter is Y. Okay, triangle is counter. Whoa, mama. That's a little bit big pain. Whoa, mama. Eat shrapnel. Yeah! I'm playing Resident Evil 6, baby! I'm sure it's the best Resident Evil franchise. Yeah! Oh! I'm doing more damage by bonking them. What's the point of bullets? Yeah, I'm doing more damage by bonking. Oh. Whoa, Leon, wow, holy shit. Oh wait, let me try using this. Why do you take 10 years to arm that bullet? Shoot! Whoa. I'm coming, Leon. I'm rolling my way. Shrapnel. Boom, 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 boom. I press the wrong button. Let's go. Easy. No problem. Don't worry about it. Woo! What is that damage? What is that? That is a full red helm. I can shoot it so far away. It's so fast. Okay. Don't worry about it. That was not a fireball. It didn't count. I don't need tranquilizer ammo. Do I need tranquilizer ammo? No, right? I'm pretty sure I don't need that. Unless I use it to shoot Leon, then I don't know. Oh, is sticky ammo good? I'm gonna try sticky ammo. Is it gonna stick to the monster and it's not gonna be a slime doing damage over time? Something like that? Skill by artillery does fixed damage. KO ammo? Oh! I missed. Oh, it explodes! Whoa, shit! Oh. What is this? Oh, cluster bomb! Cluster bomb. Here comes cluster bomb. Yeah. Oh shit. Do you want cluster bomb? Easy. Oh shit. Oh, help. I win. I win. Look at this. I win. Oh! Oh shit! I did 20k damage! Holy shit! That's my PB. Never touching heavy bowgun ever again. Best game ever. I did 20k! Okay, okay, I know, alright. Jungle difference, okay, okay. Can I? Here, let me try it. Did you heal from that? How does shrapnel ammo work? It's so weird. And also the crouching shot is so useless. It overheats by shooting about what 3 or 4 times and it overheats. What's the point? I am now the DPSer. This game is easy. Look! The game knows that I tried my best. It's a skill, but if the skill makes me shoot slower than my usual shooting speed, what's the point? And then it's gonna overheat anyway. Like it's gonna overheat not anyway. It's gonna overheat like in like what, 5, 6 shots. Like I tried with my shrapnel ammo, and then just like here. And then are you using crouching shot? Okay, let's say level 3. And then I'm gonna aim, shoot. It already overheat? I mean, sure, it shoots a little bit faster afterwards. But why do that when I can just do this? It's almost the same speed. Right? Maybe a different ammo. Sticky? The idea of crouching shot is to cancel before it overhits. Oh, so I cannot let it overheat? It also gives the most bullets to normal ammo. Normal? Hey yo, that's my favorite ammo, let's go. Whoa! That's not as satisfying as I thought. Maybe that looks so wrong. Why are you putting into Mizu's ass? Oh my god. Oh no, 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 no. Wait, that that's a lot of damage. How about this? Do you do any damage? It's called stuffing for a reason. Fair. What's wyvern ammo? Out of range. What did... That's so close? Oh shit. Thunder? Press and hold to charge it further. I can charge it even further? Reload. Okay. I was holding it. Oh, it's wire fire. What gun? Oh, it's just gun lands. Demon ammo. Can I give you power? If you do this crouch shot, it becomes like shit. Or if I crouch shot this, it doesn't. Hi, Leon. Maybe, yeah. Use charging shot. Whoa. Whoa. Okay. Wait, charging shot is good? I can charge every shot possible? Can I charge cluster bomb? Nope, that's a no on that one. Sticky ammo? Whether ammo is an opener or finisher? Maybe this one is like okay-ish. I mean, it does not bad damage, I think. But then this one is faster, isn't it? Yeah, this one's way faster. This one? How about if I don't shoot the head? Because I'm pretty sure I don't shoot the head all the time. What's with spread? Whoa. Oh, is it burst? I think that's burst buff. Yeah. The burst. Ding. One? Is there a normal ammo build? What? How is that 300 damage each shot? I'll stretch that point and moisturize. I will. Thank you, Dan. Oh. Oh, that's good. How about the skills? Okay, this one just fly away. This one's a counter. Oh, counter needs 2. Oh yeah, I forgot. Oh, that's a counter for 2 years. Holy shit. Here, let me try it. Action, projectile, no element. Huh? It takes 10 years to charge that up. I'm gonna die by the time when I charge that up. Shot can that go early? Oh, okay, that's good to know. Wake up, bitch! Wake up, wake up! How early are we talking about? Oh, I mean, just do it, man! Holy shit, the damage difference is not that much. God. Yeah, it's not. It's from 400 to 700 with a 10 years charge time. Look. Yeah, no. How about the other one? Isn't there like another? Yeah, this one. Without taking shown the amount of time needed for a charge shot, while also accelerating gauge recovery and cutting over time from with crushing shots. Level 2 focus equivalent. Oh! Is that not bad? Whoa! Yeah, that is very fast. How about shrapnel? What if crouching shot? Oh, so if I get focus gem, it's gonna let crouching shot recharge faster? Holy shit, fucking heavy bow gun making me use my brain. It's not amazing, I guess. It does get down really quickly at this point, at least. Yeah, it does get down really quickly. How about if I use like normal 1? How about that? The shittiest ammo. Hit me! Counter. It's fine. I feel like crouching shot is not as... It's not as worth, I think. Maybe I'm just looking for like an actual minigun. Yeah, maybe I'm just looking for an actual minigun. That's why I'm like so disappointed. You know, to be fair, it's an unfair comparison. It's very unfair. The nice thing about heavy bowgun count is that you can hop out of them if you whiff. Ooh, that's pretty good. So over here it's gonna be like that for a little bit. Wow. Suits me. Suits me. What, that's so much damage? What is that? What is that ammo? Why is that different? I don't think I have that. Is that thunder? That's not thunder. Oh, do I need to shoot you with demon? Oh! Are you... So you can be a support heavy bowgun as well? Minigun is L level gun, mech ammo thingamajig. Oh, so heavy bowgun. Okay, so heavy bowgun is just sniper, isn't it? I'm pretty sure it's just sniper. Because of this. That is super strong though. Well, I'm never touching heavy bowgun again. Unless I feel like I want to, but You go bum bum. Yes, don't have like a shitty night bowgun. I have this. Balloon makan. Yeah, I want the makan already. I feel so hunky. Who's heavy bow? Light bowgun. What? Oh yeah, it's Kazoo. I forgot. Oh my god, it's the actual monster. Yeah, eating time. Oh, I have the orange up. Whoa! Whoa! It shoots 2? Oh shit! If I make Slugger, oh my god! Oh dude! Holy shit! Oh my, that is stupid! Oh, shrapnel? Oh, it shoots 3 times? What the fuck? What's this? Oh shit! What? That's it? That's it? Oh fuck! Can this be a counter? It's complete invisibility? It's complete invisibility? Oh, what? What the fuck? How about the blue one? This one. What? This one bad. Boo. Boo. Rapid fire win. Look at this. Look at the rapid fire. Holy shit. Wow, wow, wow. Oh, what's B? Oh, hi, Lex. Hope you had a good sleep. Is that, can I put more? No? What is that? Whoa, it explodes. Show itself blocks some stuff projectiles, but the recoil is invulnerable. Oh. Like that? Maybe I need to be far away. Oh! Whoa! Okay, so it's pretty much just a landmine. Oh, it takes 10 years to recharge though. Holy shit! Is this how people get damage? I mean, sure, I'm doing like 33 per explosion, but the bonk's not bad. The bonk still does a lot more damage. And can stun. With light bowgun? Nah. Huh. Oh, we can't shoot these things? Who needs aiming where you can not aim? Can't show you your cheese like bowgun. It's okay. I think I'll be playing this a lot more on stream, I think. At least these few weeks, I believe. It's done already. That is stupid. And I love it. Put in landmines. And then shoot more. And then it's gonna explode with the landmines. Oh my god! What the fuck? Okay, this is actually kinda good. Oh shit. Oh my god, I'm actually liking this a little bit. Well, it's still not enough to convince me to play it for now. But maybe in the far future, I guess. Rapid fire pierce. Time. Sticky's limited. I'm going to charge it instead. Oh, you can charge? I cannot charge it though. Is it because it's rapid fire? Not this one. I cannot charge. Cluster bomb? Wait, I can use cluster bomb? Boom! Let's go spare shot. Spare shots. Huh. Not on light bow gun, on heavy bow gun. Oh, well, I'm using light bow gun now. Piercing fire ammo? It doesn't pierce as much as I thought. Slicing? Oh, that's slicing. I can cut tail with this ammo? Dude, there's so many things. But actually I'm getting super hungry right now. You know what? I should probably just stop here for now. Yeah, definitely. Okay, now I quit first. Thank you, Leon. Thank you, Narix. Oh shit. I'm so hungry. Okay. I guess I guess the heavy bow gun I have, I can place sticky ammo and stuff. Thanks for streaming and for showing the might of heavy bow gun. No problem. Thank you for being here, Pinky. And all of you as well. Here, let me be 3D for a little bit because I want to. I want to be 3D. I'll do it real quick. For real, for real. No shit. Not a single mine. No, this mine. Oh my god. I think I'm here. Oh wait, I am not here yet. I'll be here on here, I think. Did I? Did I? Is there? Oh yeah, there is. Okay, it's just gonna take a bit to load. I'm here, yeah. Stretch that bone. Oh yeah, I need to double stretch now because Dan redeemed it just now as well. Let me moisturize real quick. Oh no. Angelico is joining the dark side. Angelico is joining the dark side. Oh no. Oh shit. Well. Oh, double reverb. Oh shit. Triple reverb. It's been a while since we last got Rickroll, though. Where's my Rickroll? I still have the Rickroll there. Wait, I'm not supposed to do this. Okay, never listen to jazz anymore on stream because I realize how much of a copyright is there, right? It's crazy. Quest accepted. Stinky. Pinky stinky. What quest accepted? No, Pinky, you're spamming the wrong thing, I think. Everything is fine.
Everything's fine. Oh shit. see taros. Hi, taro. Too much Williams? I shouldn't believe beans cause fun like that. I don't know. But, I mean, who am I to say? What am I to say, right? I kinda don't know who. Wait, there's one maybe? There's one. I don't feel like I rated one a bit quite often. I didn't get enough feeling. Streamer send me the quest to find specifics. Yeah, but it could be. Totally. Every time I feel like whenever I raid, I'm just afraid I don't have the energy to interact because, especially right now, I'm so hungry and so blurred. Although I don't even know if you guys can understand me right now with the beep beep boop boop mic. Beep beep boop boop. Skyrim? Wait, that's just playing Skyrim? If the retarget interacts larger than comments? I cannot beat the retarget, I'm so small. I'm so tiny. I'm a small build.
Should I raid Dex? Dex is playing Skyrim. It's a game that I've been wanting to play for a little bit, but I never really played it. Wait, I think Skyrim is on discount right now. Wait, let me double check this real quick. Skyrim. It's only 30 ringgit. Ooh, Skyrim means me either don't know them or my Twitch don't update. It's been a while since we last raided Dex, so I think why not, right? Yeah, why not? Let's raid Dex. It's been a while. Dex just started not too long ago as well, like 22 minutes in. Woo! Perfect raid target. Perfect. Is you still updated Dex's life? Oh really? That's weird. I'll rate Dex na. Tomorrow I'll play some Valheim, and I'm pretty sure next week I'm able to do the usual scheduled live stream now. Like next week it's gonna be art, it's gonna be Hollow Knight, Okami, Masanta Stories, and then more art, right? The usual stuff. Dex Hex being live, Twitch be like, nope. Twitch is bad. No one is trying to fix Twitch. So much I can stream, yeah. I think this week's stream is just me. It's pretty much just me doing the things that I want to do, honestly. Right? Although I'm not saying that I don't want to do Hollow Knight, I don't want to do Okami, but it's just that I don't really want to do heavy story-driven games for now. But I'm sure the games are great. Right? The games I want to play, Okami, Hollow Knight, Masanta Stories 2, they are great. It's just that I like to play Valheim, Masanta Rise, these kind of games, and also Bloom TD when I'm trying to like actually relax, right? I don't want to spend like extra mental energy to understand the story, you know what I mean? Not again, right? Not saying that they're bad, it's just that I don't have the energy to understand what's going on, you know? If I were to go into story-driven games as I am currently, it's probably gonna be a little bit awkward, as I don't know how to, you know, I don't know how to react to it, right? You know, this is a little bit real here. I have to react to things, or else when I'm streaming, and if I'm just play games and just sit there and do nothing, why? Right? I know, you know, I can do that totally. I can do that, but it will be a little bit, it defeats a little bit the purpose of streaming, you know. I stream because I want to have fun. I stream because I want to interact with the viewers here. I stream because I want to interact with all of you. So that's why I stream. So if I were to just sit here and look at games like, oh wow, throughout the whole stream, it's like, hey. I don't think that's gonna put me in a good impression, right? So yeah, maybe next week I'll start doing all those stuff, but for now I'm still gonna stick with like either Bloom or Valheim or Monster Hunter Rise, have fun, stuff like that, and enjoy, sit back and stuff. So we have to save the stuff with not reacting for better times. Now it's comfy familiar stuff times. Yeah, that's put it very nicely. Thank you. Okay lah. I think I'll stop here lor, because I'm actually getting very hungry. Time 7:30. Okay. 7:30. Today is, oh shit, it's already Saturday. I legit thought today is Friday. Oh my god, what am I doing? I don't know. I legit thought today is Friday. I cannot believe. Okay, let me just plug the things. Hot Pinky. Yeah, Hot Pinky. Let me just summon Bernie real quick. Boop.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Thanks, Bernie. I have coffee. Thanks for the stream. Thanks for being here, Lex. Appreciate, and also all of you here. Although, may I be so bold to like, no pun intended, right? No pun intended. But I feel like lately I'm probably gonna need a little bit more financial support for myself. So, just saying that. All right, just saying. If you guys can help with coffee, that will be much appreciated. But if not, I'm just saying, if not, it's totally fine. It's totally fine. I'm just saying, all right. I'm not trying to like guilt trip anyone. I sincerely just say this, right? Because lately, I need I'm probably gonna need a little bit more insulin than usual. I don't know why. It feels like the government hospital is giving me a little bit lesser than usual. This is like the first time. Don't forget the Discord D. Did you send me something? I'll look at it afterwards. Yeah, money sucks. It's just, yeah. Lately, I don't know why the hospital is like giving me a little bit lesser, dosage as usual. The Blue Maltino. Oh shit! I'll look at it afterwards and simp. So yeah, that's why I'm like asking, but it's totally fine. Honestly, still, right? The things I said before, like you guys being here is more than enough. It's still true. It still holds very, very fucking true. All right. It's just if you guys have any extra, only do that if you're comfortable with. Yeah, yeah. That's the thing. That's why I say only if you're comfortable with doing that, then I'll much appreciate it. But if not, don't. All right. Do not do that. All right. Take care of yourself first. I mean it. All right. I mean it. I'll be fine. I'll be fine. Like, I promise I'll be fine. It's just a little bit tight situation, but I'll be fine, right? Just a little bit tight. That's it, right? That's it. Don't worry. Seriously, save money for yourself first if you are not feeling very comfortable about it. But yeah, all good lah, all good. I'm just gonna rate Dex real quick. I'm gonna type in the rate. Right. It's been a while. Looking at people play Skyrim makes me kind of want to play it myself. There's Argonians in there, right? There's Lizard. I can play as a Scaly. I don't know if my PC can handle this game though, because the game looks really strong. Question mark. Will my PC be able to handle that? I don't know. Can I play as a dragon? Oh. I mean, Argonian is like pseudo dragon, I guess. I mean, lizard folk, dragonborn. Skyrim should be very handleable. Oh, are they like very well optimized? Then I should not be afraid then. Good. Okay then. So tomorrow I'll be playing more Valheim Law. Okay. So before the raid, I want to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you all so much. You guys are amazing, right? And keep being amazing. You're all sweet beans. Know that you guys are all loved. You guys all matter, and you guys are all valid. Yeah, yeah. And here comes the raid to Dex Hex. Boy. Scotia. Oh, Lex. Lex, thank you. Thank you. Oh my god, thank you. I cannot see how much though, but seriously, thank you. Oh my god. Money. Money. Snap stability mods into it. I really appreciate. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much. Oh yeah, also, yeah, Koborik says hi, right? Koborik says hi. Also, if you guys have my emote, feel free to use them. If you guys don't, it's totally fine. Right? Use whatever emote you guys have. Oh yeah, I should say this. Like, I always forget to say this, but if you guys want to lurk, be sure to click on their profile icon twice so that you will count as a real viewer. If you decide to lurk, that is, right? Yeah, I think I'm pretty sure they're gonna appreciate it. I'll appreciate it. Okay, thanks again, Lex, and thank you everyone for being here. I love you all. Be safe, everyone. See you guys tomorrow. Bye. Get them beans. Get them beans.